Welcome everybody to the Blockchain Week Miami Hackathon, presented by the Blockchain Center and Zap.org. We would like to give a special thank you to our sponsor, Polis. Thank you, Polis. You can visit Polis at polispay.org. Polis, bringing cryptocurrencies to your daily life. So we're going to get things kicked off at 1 p.m. with a presentation from the Polis team. And from there, we have a dev workshop with DevNull Productions. Thank you, Mo Morrissey. Looking forward to that. We also have a couple of fireside chats later on in the day from political philanthropist and serial entrepreneur Brock Pierce, and also his running mate, Carla Ballard. Very much looking forward to hearing from them. We also have a quantum workshop later on in the day. So be sure to stay tuned to the live stream as we update the schedule. And if you'd like more information and if you would like to participate in the hackathon, visit blockchaincenter.com/hackathon, where you will also find information about the prizes and bounties. All right, so stay tuned to the live stream, guys, and we have Polis up next. Next up, we have Frank and Andreas with the Polis team.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Well, Andreas, this is great. Hey, we get a chance to talk to the community in the Blockchain Center. Thank you so much for putting this presentation and hackathon on. We're really delighted to be here. I want to just start off and share screen and bring up a PowerPoint presentation and just jump right into it. Just give me 1 second here. All right. So hopefully you guys can see my screen okay. I just should be able to share.
I can't see it.
You can see it?
No.
Okay, let's go. Should happen here. All right. Just give me a second here. Should have done this. All right, we should be able to see that. You should be able to see my screen now, I would think. Do you see my screen, Andreas?
No. But
oh, that's really weird. Okay, that's really weird. Okay, let me just jump in as we can start.
They are cutting it out, so we have to wait.
Yeah. I think they need to allow me to share the screen. I think so, but it should say sharing screen. It's saying it's sharing screen. We just can't see it, Andreas. So that's probably what it is. So I'm just going to jump right into it. So again, Blockchain Center, thank you for having us to, on this hackathon. We're delighted. We're extremely delighted to be here. Andreas and myself are here to talk about Polis and business adoption, etc. in this actual hackathon. So thank you again for having us here. We are really excited to be here. And I just want to start talking a little bit about Polis. And we're going to jump into a few sectors about adoptions and about merchant adoptions, about business. But I want to start off letting you know my name is Frank Servideo, and I'm one of the DAO guys. And I'm going to tell you more about Andreas here in a minute. But I just want to jump into the one of our unique things is our decentralized, and we call it the DAO organization. And we allow the community to vote us in. So Polis lets everyone vote and on a purpose and changes the Polis network. And the governance system proposal, I think, is really unique. What we have 5 DAO managers. We're just going to talk about 2 for now, and you'll be able to see more on our website. And we're ranging from charity projects, marketing projects, merchants, all sorts of things. And we've been voted in, and 10% of the block rewards in the future, and then 20% is going to go when we get into the Olympus program. And we're going to talk more about that as we go through it. If you want to find out more, you'll be able to see it on our website and on our manifest. Okay, so just keep that in mind. We're a community-driven project. The community consensus is the core of the Polis philosophy, and everyone controls the future of Polis. And you could just go to polispay.org/DAO, and you can find out more about it. We're really excited about our DAO. We meet on a regular basis, and we work for the community. We work for the people. We work for adoption. That's really what we're all about. We're really excited about that. So decentralized autonomous organization DAO. I'd like to introduce my good friend and working partner in the DAO, Andreas Myers. He's part of the business development and part of the DAO. Been there right from the start, and you can see his email there if you want to connect with him. And mine is Frank Servideo on adoption, merchant adoption, consumer adoption, investor adoption, and then you can see my email there as well. So let's just jump right in it. What are we going to cover? Some of the topics today that we're going to cover is the problems of buying crypto and selling. And we're going to touch on that. Andreas is going to touch a lot of that. And the problems of overpaying by cryptos and using it. We're talking about fees. We're talking about gas. And I know everybody knows the gas fees are extremely high with Ethereum and Bitcoin. It's costing ridiculous amounts. Yes, they're working on those areas. We're going to talk more about that. And Andreas is going to talk about the business overview, and I will talk about the adoptions for consumers and merchants, and we'll have a Q&A session. So let's just jump right into it. I'm going to give you the floor, Andreas, and why don't you just talk about what you're doing and how we're going to help the ecosystem into the business world.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Frank. Yeah, that's me. I'm Andreas. I'm the DAO business manager. Basically, to understand this, we are completely based on the community. So both of us get elected over a DAO proposal. So we get monthly funds of our government's payments. And we have 5 DAO managers, and we are working in separate areas. So today we don't talk about a lot of techie stuff. We talk more about the business side of Polis and the crypto market, and about adoption. We both think, and our team thinks, that it's really important also to use cryptocurrencies. And we mentioned 2 problems in the beginning. So one major problem is most of the people, they buy crypto, they are in crypto, and when it then comes to daily use, they withdraw it again. And if we look back in the Satoshi white paper, the cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin, are a completely separate area. So it's kind of weird that people go from the fiat world into crypto and then using a Master or Visa card or bank wire to get access again to their daily needs. So that's a problem. So basically we feed with the crypto industry right now, MasterCard, Visa card, the payment terminals. But not many people and companies are focusing on directly using crypto like we want to do it. So this is one problem we see, and where we want to work on, that people use crypto and pay directly with crypto instead of using a third-party provider or a 90s plastic card to use crypto in a daily life. So then we have the overpayment, the second problem. So everybody knows who's using crypto or who's in the crypto space. You have the cryptocurrencies and then you want to buy something. And there are several solutions. You see some on the screen right now. So you have the gift card solution, you have Master Visa card, or you want to do something. So you have to pay $50. And the most of the time with the most of the cryptocurrencies, basically of the top cryptocurrencies, you pay a fee. So you have a service fee or you have a network fee to pay. So basically when you pay something in Bitcoin on the current chain, so not on Lightning, you have to pay a fee. And that's kind of ridiculous, that's stupid that we pay more as crypto users. So this problem has to be solved. So nobody wants to pay more because he's using crypto than with a normal credit card or with cash. So these are both of the major problems we want to face and we work on to bring there some solutions in our tools with our cryptocurrency, with our own non-custodial app, the Polis Pay wallet. We have there right now several solutions. You can swap cryptocurrencies. You have a non-custodial app, where you can store your coins on a Trezor wallet. It's available on Android, on iOS. You have several gift cards. Our focus markets for Polis this year is Canada, United States, the UK, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and Russia. So we will extend our partnerships, products, and also the adoption in these areas. This is the first step, because we have our biggest communities there, and we want to support them to also get an easy access and easy tools for merchant adoption. Then one major thing of me is the gift card sector. So everybody knows when you're using gift cards, you know this, you get a gift card for Christmas and then you use it and then you have $20, for example, left. And what I'm doing, maybe I lose it, it puts in the trash, I forget about this, and it's money and you lose it. So the focus here is to create variable vouchers. And the output has to be that you sit in a store, for example, you sit in a Pizza Hut. And you want to eat something, you get your receipt, let's say $55.80. So, and you can buy a gift card for $50 or for $60. But what is about if you can order exact the amount of the gift card and have an app and you pay for it without any delay? So you use your crypto, not only Polis, several cryptos, and you pay for it and you can use it. So you get instantly a redeem code, you redeem it at the store and you walk away. So basically this is the payment progress where we work on, that you have one way to use crypto over the gift card sector. So with fixes and variable pricings. So also what a lot of people forget in this whole thing, we know Amazon, we know iTunes, the big players, but what about the small and medium-sized businesses? So small and medium-sized businesses, they maybe want to accept cryptocurrencies, but they have a lot of headaches about using it because they don't know how they pay the taxes on it, how to deal with this, how to educate their employees. This has to be a simple and easy onboarding, and without a lot of payment terminals and without a lot of stuff. So they need an easy browser application or an app where it's simple and stupid for them to use cryptocurrencies in their life. Maybe Frank, you want to catch up there a little bit? So yeah.
I do want to talk to make sure our audience is getting what you're saying. I absolutely love it, and it's going to be great for adoption. To make sure that everybody understands this, we want to create a digital platform with our digital gift cards. And basically what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Andreas, is that when a person goes to a merchant, they're going to be able to pay the exact amount that's on their bill. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, I have to unmute myself.
Yeah.
Yes, so there's one way, of course, you pay directly in crypto. And the second way is that you use a gift card from this merchant or from this company, and you pay exact amount. So you have nothing left, no worries afterwards. So you pay it, done.
Perfect. I'd like to ask you, just keep your mic on, because I'd like to ask you a couple more questions, because I want to make sure that our audience is really understanding what's happening. This is a major shift. I don't believe there's anybody in the marketplace that's doing this, Andreas, which is awesome. Now, would the merchants be able to take it in crypto, or will they be able to get fiat right away? What's the procedure there? Because, you know, merchants, one of their holdups are, hey, if I take crypto, what can I do with it? I got to pay my employees. You've already explained it, but I want to kind of dummy it down to make sure that everybody's understanding that we're going to have an off-ramp that they're going to be able to get it in fiat or keep it in crypto. Is that not correct as well?
Yes, so we work on a solution. It depends on the country where you are, right? So there are different laws, different restrictions, and you have to look at each country in a separate way. And also the laws are changing, quite often right now. And of course, one thing is you can accept cryptocurrency and you hold cryptocurrency. Then the merchant has to decide what you want to do with this. So he can withdraw it in the native currency. He can also buy, for example, a gift card if you want to use it. And the same is with gift cards. So think about when a merchant is worried about to accepting cryptocurrency, but every merchant knows gift cards. So, or vouchers, stuff like this. So that's not a new area for them. But we don't give small and medium-sized business access to the gift card market. So it costs a lot of money to set this up. So we have to create an easy and simple tool for them to adopt their business to the real world. And we talk here for merchants about advanced payments. I don't know any merchant who didn't like advanced payments or in-time payments. So the most of the stuff they set up online. There is a third-party provider in between. They charge a lot of fees and stuff like this. But we will give them access to the whole crypto market over an API that they connect to a huge crypto space over apps, over several apps, over different platforms. And they can get access to the crypto users. But at the end, when they like and they want to receive their fiat currency, it will be possible over a third-party company who's dealing with their receipts and pay them like they want to have it.
Andreas, that is phenomenal. And I want to, again, tell you that I really believe it's going to be phenomenal for the small to mid-sized merchants. In the environment that we are today, the small to mid-sized merchants are at a really big disadvantage with programs like reward systems, like air miles, etc. They're at a big disadvantage to create gift cards. They're really at a big disadvantage in a lot of areas. We want to create that tool for them, very simple and very easy. And people will be able to, believe it or not, folks, be able to buy what Andreas is saying, be able to pre-buy gift cards, and the actual merchants will get funds up front. And that is absolutely massive. They could now book and plan their staff that way. They could pre-sell gift cards if they want to. They could create all sorts of the reward systems or promotions. And we're going to talk more about that as we go. So, Andreas, is there anything else on this page that you want to touch on before we go into the next slide?
Yes. So when it comes to this, about adoption, we also have to think. That's also one topic here on my slide. Is what about the people they adopt cryptocurrency with merchants? So we think about the small and medium-sized businesses, but also we want to incentivize people. They bring new merchants. So we are working right now on a tool to get them some unstoppable rewards in lifetime. So that when you have a bakery, I don't know, a Mercado, whatever you have, you find your store around the corner where you go in the daily life, and you adopt them, so that it will be possible that you earn also out of this in the future. So we see the market is changing. So we see the DeFi, the pool thing, and the peoples that work on the front, they have to be incentivized. And we don't talk about technical stuff and crazy weird things. We talk simply about adopting cryptocurrency in the real world, and not only to the big players. So we want to have the coffee around the corner or the gas station around the corner, and give the people an easy and simple tool. And the merchant gets new clients, and the person who gets them on gets a reward.
Awesome. I'd like to move on to the next slide, because you really covered some of the stuff that's in my area that I'm extremely excited about, Andreas, and adoption. And you just talked about Incentify. And I just want to touch on incentivification here. We're going to be able to incentivize merchants. We're going to be able to incentivize actual consumers and end users, crypto folks from other projects. We're going to incentivize everyone. So it's a win-win-win. And also people have the opportunity to actually, with validators, which you're going to hear a whole lot more with Hans and Lewis tomorrow at the same time as today, that's going to just talk about a lot of that stuff. But we're going to incentivize the whole community, and we're going to incentivize your own community. So if you bring in on a merchant, there's going to be rewards and there's going to be systems. We're not going to go too deep into that, but we're going to come up with a program that it's going to be a win-win for the consumer, for the end users. But we want to create a whole utility coin that's being used for every day and put in digital currency on that. Folks, you know, I've been a merchant and I've been around merchants my whole life. I don't know a merchant that is not interested into digital, digital world today. They're all looking for something. And we believe we have the one-stop shop here, from gift cards to reward systems to coupons to everything that you could think of through our system, and an incentivization to motivate people to share our actual programs, to share our gift cards, to share our merchants. Okay. So we're going to start off with, of course, the Olympus integration. You're going to hear a whole lot more about that. But because of that, we're going to be able to put our own custom POS system. And you don't have to buy the POS system, but we're also going to have, it's going to be done on multiple platforms. As long as you have internet, phones, tablets, websites, use our system. Very simple, very cost effective for the small to mid-sized merchants. We're really focusing on the small to mid-sized merchants. Speaking of merchants, I've already have a list of merchants that are already in. We're going to do a beta testing in my area in Canada. Again, I live in Canada, Kelowna, British Columbia. We're going to start with that area, and that's going to be the beta testing, and then it's going to be, we're going to do the logistics and the footprint here, and then we're going to move it across the world. Okay, so we're really, really excited about it. We'll get all the, we'll go through some of the challenges at the beginning, but I already have merchants that said, hey, we want to be part of this program. I don't know a merchant that you cannot go to that's your local bakery and say, hey, by the way, there's a lot of folks that are into cryptocurrency, and there's this program called Polis Pay. They have a POS system that you don't even need to take crypto. The system does it through gift cards. You create your own gift cards, and guess what your fees are? Next to nothing. And whatever you want to do as an attraction to bring them into your stores is up to you. So I don't know a merchant that will say no. I've done programs like this before and brought in thousands of merchants. And what we're doing now with the Polis Pay app, along with shifting and other coins, this community is going to grow exponentially. And the digital way, what we're planning here with incentivizing merchants, consumers, and investors with validators, which you'll learn more about validators tomorrow. I think it's a no-brainer. It's just that we're going to attract a lot more folks to our actual project here. Our POS system payment terminal, it's customized, and it's for the Polis Pay app, and it's going to be our own POS system with tracking of transactions, etc., where they'll have to be able to export all their transactions. It'll be all simple and easy. It's just another form of payment. As a merchant, they have a line of payment for credit cards, a line of payment for gift cards, a line of payment for whatever. If they keep it in crypto, it'll be a line of payment for that. If they use gift cards, there's no issues because it's all through their gift card programs. So we're really, really excited about that. We're going to do training and educational systems to strengthen the adoption for merchants and for consumers and end users. And we're going to create a map, of course. I'm sure a lot of you folks have heard about maps where there is a merchant that accepting crypto in your location. We'll come up with a geo thing, along with the app and the POS system. We'll showcase merchants their websites. They'll be able to register, tell us a little bit about themselves, okay? And we'll just jump into all those things. And Andreas talked a little bit about Olympus, DeFi, smart contracts. There's potential there that's absolutely huge. People could tokenize through the Olympus protocol. We're extremely excited. We're going to let the tech team talk more about that. But there's, with smart contracts, which we're going to be doing down the road in the future, which will be phenomenal, where big corporations and a lot of groups with small to mid-sized merchants could come into our ecosystem. So we're about a one-stop shop ecosystem to bring in consumers, merchants, investors. We believe we have it all here, and we want to be the cheapest, quickest actual payment system in the world. We want to create the best payment system in the world and take care of what's missing in the marketplace right now. And that's a complete one-stop shop, from digital gift cards to incentivizing everybody to actually drive and create a community that want to utilize digital currency. And that's what's being pushed all the way along. But there's missing piece here, and that is the small to mid-sized merchants to get involved, the everyday users and shoppers to get involved. We want to create a actual utility coin that's used every day for every transaction, so that they do not turn it back into fiat. We want it to stay in digital currency and support the community in the digital world. And we really believe we actually have the solution. So we're really excited about that. So what I'd like to do is, I would like wish you guys an amazing hackathon here today. These are our websites. If you want to check the manifest, check out some more, and so on and so forth. I'm going to actually stop sharing. You might want to take a screenshot of this so you have the websites that you can go back to. Download our Polis Play app, check it out, etc. I just want to tell you, this is a community project, and we're in the digital currency. We work with other digital projects, and we absolutely love where this is going and what we're trying to accomplish here. So, Andreas, do you want to add any more? And maybe we could, I'm not sure if there's any questions or anything that people may want to ask, or I'm going to stop.
Yeah, what I want to mention is that we are open to basically every crypto project, also to merchants, to help them when they are interested into using crypto, or they are interested in the community to accept crypto payments. We are open to any partnerships and conversations. We like new ideas in this area. We see the focus there that we have to build a completely separate infrastructure like the cryptocurrency is for the payment industry. So without any third-party providers, without any fees, we want to give the merchants the powers without chargebacks, with advanced payments and all the great stuff. Of course, there are the big companies involved, with gift card especially, but we also want to take care of the small and medium-sized businesses. They are so important, and I guess when you look around in your area worldwide now, they need support. And it's open up new markets now in the current situation. And we believe about digital payments. So pay with crypto directly without any crap in between, without any headaches, simple and easy use of crypto.
Andreas, I'm sure one of the questions that are out there, and I'm just going to throw it out there. People are probably wondering, how long is it going to take us before we could start rolling this out? So I'm going to just throw some things out there. In the gift card world, where are we at? What stage? What level? What country are we in? How's it been working? Just go ahead and just help the audience, because we got a little bit more time. I want them to understand that we've been doing some of this already. So why don't you just explain a little bit what countries we're in right now, and has there been any gift cards been purchased? Does it work? Go ahead.
So the first step was to adopt cryptocurrencies, so gift cards to cryptocurrencies. We are in the Polis Pay app. You have right now basically covered a lot of Europe. We have the biggest selection, I guess, in the UK right now. The next step is in the next couple of weeks, we will add a huge selection for Canada and for the United States. We have not only gift cards, there's also mobile top-ups. So you have to think a little bit around the corner. We also think about utility bills payments, electricity, gas, water payments, so to connect directly with the companies. So also over the tool of gift cards. So there are several ways, but everything automatic and without any stuff in between. So you want to have it, you get it, pay for it, done deal. So for the mobile area, we are ready to serve in 172 countries right now with mobile top-ups. So basically around the world, not restricted countries right now. And the major focus is really on the German market, on the UK, United States, and Canada, to adopt the merchants there to cryptocurrencies.
And that's great. I just wanted the audience to know that we have the Polis Pay app that they could just download, and there's actually, you just got to put what country you're from, and if you're from the UK, you'll have gift cards, and in Europe you'll have gift cards, and we cannot wait in Canada. We just cannot wait, and I know it's around the corner, so it is working, and we're going to just now step it up, and we're actually got a DAO meeting this Monday, and we're definitely going to push this forward as quickly as possible, and we're going to get people using our actual POS system and bringing in merchants right out of the gate. I actually have people lined up. And as far as the Polis Pay POS system, I want everybody to know that the actual folks are, and Hans is the gentleman he's my business partner. He will be doing the POS system. He's ready to go with that. He's anxious to rolling that. We've had that for some time. So we're anxious to work with the digital gift cards and the POS system and bringing that out to the merchants into the market. So we're extremely excited about that. Andreas, so I want you to know that we're ready to go forward. So I want people to know that they're not going to have to wait very long. We're ready to start rolling this out here in this quarter.
Yes. So again, if you're interested in adoption, or you are a merchant, or you have connections to merchants, reach out to us. We are helping in the first step in Canada. That's the first start. We want to roll out there the beta. So if there are some Canadian folks around and they like to help us with adoption, because we believe that's the future, and not work together with all the big banks and payment providers, so directly focus on the merchants and help them to grow in the space and understand the space in a simple and easy way, you are welcome. And reach out to Frank or to me. So what should we do now? Yes, I know we are still live.
We're live, but apparently there's some issues. So I'm trying to find out. Hopefully people have been able to hear us. But the Blockchain Center is telling us that there's some issues in Miami with the internet. So it says we're live, and it says that everything's fine, but I'm getting notification that it's not. So hopefully we came across the air correctly. I mean, our allotted time is almost done. I'm just waiting for a response. But Andreas, I think what we're trying to tell everybody, we're a community driven. It doesn't matter what part of the world. We want to bring you a solution for merchants and users and the crypto world. So I'm extremely excited. That's been my passion, is to take care of small to mid-sized merchants. And that's what we're going to do, and bring the best payment system with low fees, etc. So I do believe that we're going to accomplish it, and we're going to start it really quick. So I cannot wait for that to roll out in this quarter. And I know Canada, I can tell you right now, my friend, there's folks in Canada are excited and cannot wait for the gift cards to roll out. So with that, Andreas, I think we've covered what we wanted to cover with the topics for today. And I want to encourage the audience tomorrow at the same time, 1 o'clock, you should be able to listen, or you should listen to Hans and Lewis. That's going to talk about the Olympus and our new chain, which we're extremely excited about it. That's 1 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. Same time, same link, I believe. And please watch our guys. And that's it. I'm going to sign off from here. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us. And please check our websites. And if you have any questions, let us know. If you have any merchants that you want to get involved, please let us know about that. And we're open to any suggestions and anything that you'd like us to do from there on in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for having us.
Thanks. Bye for now. Make it a great
Bye-bye.
day. Enjoy the hackathon. And thank you so much, Blockchain Center, for putting this all together. Bye for now.
Bring me in.
They can hear you already.
They can't hear anything.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We apologize for the technical difficulties in the last half hour. They are now resolved, but we appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. The next panel we have is Ryan Robinson discussing quantum computing, so stay tuned for that. We were going to have our dev workshop deep dive into hard hat, and we will reschedule that later on, so stay tuned.
It's my fault, but we're back.
Hey everyone, welcome. First of all, can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Awesome. Well, hi everyone. My name is Ryan Robinson, and I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you guys so much. I was setting up my whiteboard because I'm really excited to present to you guys today about, first of all, what is quantum computing? What does that have to do with anything related to our real world, and where did it come from? So quick background for me. I know the team at Blockchain Center introduced me, but quick background for me. I'm an MIT alum. And so I've studied under a lot of people who've actually created these algorithms that you're going to see here. So again, Blockchain Center, thank you so much for having me as your keynote speaker. I really appreciate it. So one, we're going to break down this presentation into three parts. Okay, so first, I'm going to explain what the heck is quantum physics? Where did it come from? What's the history, right? That's number one. Number two, we're going to explain quantum computing, so an application of quantum physics. Then three, we're going to explain what the application of quantum computing is. In other words, with finance, with blockchain, stuff like that. So we're going to start from the beginning and work through the history all the way up. So again, three sections. So after each section, I'm going to pause for a second, give us about 5 minutes, 10 minutes just to answer questions you guys may have, because I know it's a lot of content. It's a lot of content. So first, let me explain what quantum is. So quantum let me know if you guys can see that. Can you guys see that? Is that clear? I would say that is yes. So quantum has three major components, okay? So first is it has what's called a probabilistic nature. So it's probability. And I'll talk about what all these things mean in a second. So you have probability, then you have discreteness. So I'll just say discrete. And then you have something that's really interesting called superposition. So if you forget everything from this talk, these are 3 points that you want to remember. Is that quantum physics is probabilistic, two, that it's discrete, and three, it has something called superpositions. Superpositions. Okay, so I'm going to break down this very briefly to you guys, and we're going to start going to the history of it. So probability. So the first things first is that quantum basically turned everything that scientists and physicists knew about the universe on its head. So for instance, when you drop an apple, right, you say, okay, apple's going to fall to the ground 100% of the time. It turns out that as you go smaller and smaller and smaller, I mean like really, really small, is that it actually doesn't work that way. It doesn't work where the apple will definitely fall to the ground. In fact, in a quantum world, the apple actually has a possibility of phasing through the floor. So in other words, all the outcomes of our actions aren't definitive. They aren't certain. They're probabilistic. It means that it's likely to happen, it may happen, but nothing's for certain. That's number one. Number two, discrete. So discrete here, what that means is that the universe operates in discrete manner. So let me explain what discrete means. So discrete means it operates instead of like integers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Discrete units. Before quantum physics, before the 1900s, people thought that the world was continuous. So the way I would explain this to you guys, discrete nature, what it means is think about a water fountain. So if you have a water fountain, right, and you have the faucet on, it's a continuous stream. It's a stream of water. What quantum discovers is that zoom in very carefully, you'll see that the world is actually discrete, meaning that it works more like, imagine you have that faucet and you turn down the water pressure a little bit. You get those droplets. So drop, 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 drop. So that continuous stream you saw of water is really just a bunch of droplets all together. So again, quantum says, okay, the universe actually operates in these discrete units. And that can be with everything. So in other words, with time. So in other words, there's a certain time that the universe operates in. These sort of, think of it like a movie. So a movie, we're watching one continuous stream of action, of motion. But the universe is actually just showing you, that's the animation, that's the special effects. What's really going on is the same thing if you look at a movie, frames per second. So in other words, what I'm saying to is the universe has a frames per second. And so all those things apply to space, to time, everything, even to our own matter. Everything is a discrete unit. And finally, superposition. So superposition, what that means is that basically superposition is where one thing holds two states at the same time, has two feelings at the same time. So in other words, I'll talk about computers. So computers either have zeros or ones. And so in other words, think about like a path, right? Left or right. Binary is what it's called. With quantum, it has this property called superposition. And what superposition means is that it can basically explore both paths at the same time. It could be 0 and 1 at the same time. It could be left and right at the same time. It could be whatever those two binary options are. Binary just meaning two. So hopefully that doesn't confuse anybody. And so again, quantum just threw everything on its head. Because one, you're saying, okay, if I have this apple, I drop it 1 billion times, one of those times it's going to actually phase through the floor. So crazy. Discrete. The universe is just basically showing us some special effects. The universe that we see is a movie. Behind the scenes, it's really just a bunch of pictures being streamed together. Then 3, superposition. What that means is that the universe can actually have two different values at the same time. It can have two different feelings. And so this one's probably, to me, one of the most, I think, confusing ones, right? It's like, how are you going left and right at the same time? And so the way I explain this in an intuitive sense, I mean, we all actually have this, in our day-to-day life. We feel a sense kind of like superposition, in the sense that, we all have family members, friends that we have that we love, and they just do something that's so irking, right? It's so annoying, and you're like, why are you doing this? Then you find that person to be super frustrating, right? But you still love them though, you still care about them. So superposition is that same notion of these conflicting ideas held together at the same time. In psychology, they might call this dissonance. So it's holding two conflicting ideas at the same time. So in other words, even though this may seem far out there, actually, if you think about it in terms of everyday metaphors, it makes a lot of sense. So now I'm going to go down the history of quantum, the history of quantum computing. So first, when we talk about quantum physics, right, we have to talk about philosophy. We have to talk about the leaders, intellectual leaders of Western civilization. So if you go back to about 300 BC, right here, you have some famous thinkers. I don't know if you guys can see that. We got some famous thinkers here. You got Plato. You got Aristotle. And you've got Socrates. And this is not in the correct order, by the way. And Socrates. So these three major thinkers that are the foundations for a lot of our science today and our philosophies. And this is in ancient Greece. So these thinkers are some of the first people that really illuminate how the world works. So for instance, Aristotle wrote about metaphysics. He wrote about biology. He wrote about medicine. He wrote about animals. Remember, I mean, back in these days, now we take everything for granted. We go to a zoo and we see a million different animals. Back then, when they first saw monkeys, they thought monkeys were actually people. They thought they were hairy people, a species of man. And so these people are discovering and understanding and inventing the nomenclature that we use today to understand the universe. So you have Aristotle, and you have Socrates, who starts off the whole thing saying, listen, I don't know anything. He says, I am the wisest, but I know that I know nothing. That I know nothing. Then you have Plato, who's more so in the humanities aspect. He says, listen, this is how society should operate. We've got to have these kings, we've got to work like this, society's going to work like that. So for those of you who are familiar with Plato, he wrote a book called The Republic. The Republic that basically outlines what democracy and republicanism should look like. So it's had a huge influence on our government today, thousands of years later. So the reason I bring these guys up is because these guys, at this point in time, there was no such thing as a scientist. Okay, so what you were called was just a philosopher. You were a thinker. You were someone that walked around and said, I wonder how the universe works. And so these were some of the first philosophers. And then later, philosophers then begin to specialize. You're going to have political philosophers, so like Locke, Voltaire, all these people who help influence our founding fathers. And then you have natural philosophers, which are basically the scientists before scientists was a thing. Scientists before science was a thing. And so these guys are the progenitors of all of that. And the reason I bring them up is because you've got to remember that quantum is all about uncertainty. And so the weird thing about human evolution in terms of our knowledge is that we start out here, 300 BC, uncertain, right? So we have no idea what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. And then fast forward to then 1905. 80. This is easy. 80. And so in this time period, we have what's called a crescendo of certainty. Crescendo of certainty. What that means is we learn more things, right? We learn about biology, about medicine, about herbs, about exploration. I mean, go back to these guys, they had no idea that America existed, Latin America existed, Canada existed. They had no idea. You know, go back, it wasn't until 1492, or really before that with the Vikings, but the most commonly cited one, of course, is 1492 with Columbus. And so between this time period and that time period, we're learning more about ourselves, the world, and particularly how the world works, what we would now call physics. So with this, we now get people in between. So this is 1905. This is 300 BC. You've got somebody here in about 1660 named Newton. Now, Newton is actually lived in a similar time period to us in many ways, because in his time period, he actually was at school when there was a plague breakout. There was this whole pandemic going on. And so he's sent back home. And what does he do in his free time? Well, he basically just kind of sits and thinks about all these different problems. So he thinks about, why do the planets orbit the way they do? Why are the shapes of the stars that way? What is light made of? He asks all these variable questions. And keep in mind, he's only at this point in his early 20s. And he spends all his time thinking about it. He comes down to Newton's laws of motion. And this changes the whole world. This is the point where we're talking about question mark, right? At this point, everyone knew everything. So I'll put a book here. Right? So at this point, Newton's laws changed how we saw the world. Because at that point, we saw the world as something that was deterministic. So that notion, right, of, hey, if I drop this apple, it's going to fall to the ground, that was made fact by Newton. Before that, people knew that intuitively, right, but they didn't know that for a physical fact. So Newton comes in and says, here, listen, here's the math and the theory behind all of this. So from 300 BC, we now go to 1660 AD, where it feels like we can explain practically everything, because Newton's laws can explain things in biology, with the brain, with the universe and the stars. It was amazing. In fact, he actually transforms our notion of the universe itself into looking at it as a machine. It's called the Newtonian universe. To Newton, his universe was one where God basically just wound up a little clock. Imagine a pocket watch. He wound it up, and then he just put it there and let it sit and let it rotate, move through time. In other words, his notion of the universe was basically created by a creator, a natural creator, but something that where the creator did not intervene. Everything was already predetermined. So what you did today was based on variables that happened yesterday, based on things in your biology. In other words, in Newton's world, if I give you all the information about everything, so I'll give you just an example, a coin toss, right? If you flip a coin, we say, what are the odds of it being 50-50? Or heads or tails, you said it'd be 50-50. But that's based on not knowing all the information. If I said to you, okay, well, if I flip this coin, right, with this much momentum and this direction, and there's got the air resistance, and you've got all these different variables, I give you all the information, right? You can tell me, okay, it's going to be heads because of all these variables. It's going to rotate 10 times. It's going to land, boom, it's going to be heads. That's what Newton says. And for the most part, that was pretty much true. It was pretty much true. At this point, after Newton, they're saying, okay, well, universe is pretty much figured out. We got a few loose ends. We're pretty much done. So fast forward, so this is 1905. Fast forward, you get to Einstein, right? And so Einstein was basically one of the most blasphemous people ever, because it says, actually, that's not exactly how things work. So he blows Newton's work out of the water. He says, okay, Newton, a lot of things you said make sense, but only in certain contexts. Specifically, what we're talking about, quantum physics, is he shows, first things first, the invention, the proof of atoms. So right now, atoms is something we take for granted. So of course there's atoms. But in Einstein's time, 100 years ago, that wasn't certain. People used it as like a metaphor to explain how the universe works. So in other words, if I were a scientist about 1902, 1903, I'd say, well, and I'm talking to another physicist, I'd say, well, just imagine there's this thing like an atom. And so let me explain what an atom is, first of all. So an atom actually goes back to 300 BC. Atom is a Greek word. And so around this guy's time, Aristotle says, listen, I basically got everything figured out. And a philosopher at that same time, one of his contemporaries, his name was Democritus. Democritus says, well, I have this idea. All right, well, yeah, I believe that if I have this, whatever it is, let's see, if I have this marker and I cut it in half, I cut it in half again, I cut it in half again, right? So if I say I have this, whatever, say I have a piece of wood, and I cut it in half, I cut it in half again and again, at a certain point, there's going to get to a small enough size where I cannot divide that thing anymore and it still be that thing. And still, in other words, if I have this wood, I cut it in half, I cut it half again, and I cut it half again. So eventually it's so small, eventually it gets to a point where if I cut it one more time, it's no longer wood. It's no longer wood. So the word atom, let's see, I gotta read somebody. All right, sorry guys. So the word atom, again, is Greek, and it actually has two words in it, people don't realize. And so a lot of these words that we're talking about, quantum, atom, the etymology of the word will tell you what it means. So atom, right? And so we think of atom usually like this, like just a ball of something. Atom. So a is Greek for non, right? And you look at any word, usually in English, and it has that prefix to it, the a, right? So a good word would be anachronistic. Sorry, I know it's my SAT side coming out. Anachronistic. I know it's like a random word, but anachronistic, right, means out of time. Ana, there's similar prefixes. They mean out of time. They mean displaced from time. A means to negate. So when you see atom, it's not something. Not something means tum is a thing. It's a thing. So in atom, the Democritus use it to mean indivisible. Indivisible. So when Einstein comes in 1905 and he's just a patent clerk, right? He has no idea that what his work is going to do, and no one really respected him at the time because he basically just made it through college. I mean, he wasn't like a super PhD accomplished person. He was just a guy basically just made it through college, found a job that was outside of his career, and would just kind of sit there and daydream for most of his day. And it ends up revolutionizing science. And so he then discovers atoms. He finds that, again, the universe operates in these discrete units. So in other words, the universe is not this continuous flow of water, it's droplets. It's droplets. And in fact, that brings me to the etymology of the word quantum. So quantum should sound similar to you guys for another word, right? Quantitative finance. And so there's a common core there, even though it seems like it's esoteric. So quantum broken down has a root word. And this is where my literature background is coming in handy. So quantum comes from the word quanta. Now this word is Latin. The other words we looked at were Greek. But this word, it just means count. That's all it means. It just means count. And so fast forward, 1905, you've got Einstein says, listen, there's this thing called quantum physics. I don't believe in it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And so at that time, you have all these physicists coming in saying, what's going on? Because the physics that they discovered shows a world, again, that is not deterministic. You drop the apple, it doesn't fall. It phases through the ground. It phases through the ground. And so really quick, they're conflicted. I'll show you how conflicted they are. Use an example a lot of you may be familiar with, called Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat. So with that, there's a box. And inside it is a cat. Don't judge my cat too much. And so inside it is a cat. Now there's a vial of poison, but pee for poison. And basically, they have it where they put it in a situation where they say, okay, here's this quantum physics effect. Again, probabilistic, 50-50. Heads or tails, we don't know. And say, okay, well, 50-50, this thing, this quantum, it's called a radiation. They use a radiation to say if this radiates, if it splits out an atom, splits out these atoms, and it basically has the poison unlock itself, right? It spills out, then the cat will die, based on these quantum principles. But now, remember what I said in the beginning. So there's 3 properties to quantum. There's probabilistic, there's discrete, and what was the last one? Superposition. Superposition. So before you look into the box, right? Before you look into the box, is that this radiation here has both radiated an atom and not radiated an atom. It's radiated an atom and both not radiated atom. So how does that make sense? No clue. That's why Schrodinger made up the example. In fact, he was trying to prove with the Schrodinger's cat example how little sense quantum actually made. He says, guys, okay, so you're telling me if I put a cat in a box and I link it to some poison that's based on radiation, so something that's, again, discrete, 50-50 superposition, then this cat is both alive and dead at the same time? Because this right here, the radiation, is both radiated and not radiated at the same time. And they said, well, Schrodinger, we don't really have a good answer for you. In other words, what I'm saying to you is there's a reason that you haven't seen these quantum effects on a macroscopic level. In other words, on your day-to-day life. The quantum rules I'm telling you about, discrete, probabilistic, and superposition, are on the small microscopic level. I'm talking about even smaller than cells. It's dramatic. It's really, really dramatic. And so fast forward, you get to the now the 1980s, right? This thing that made no sense. We're just going to roll with it. But then you get to 1980s at MIT. So we go to now 1980. And they're talking about the first annual conference of the computation of physics. The computation of physics. So anyone who remembers the 1980s or knows about the 1980s or studied 1980s knows that was a huge era for computers. For computers. I mean, this is the advent, this is the coming of age of Apple and other companies, Microsoft, that were creating the personal computing industry. It was Apple, Microsoft, IBM, all contributing to this new wave, this new culture, this new technology that the world was beginning to adapt in the 1980s. The physicists were also a part of that wave. It's just not talked about as much. So in 1980 at MIT, they had a conference saying, okay, well, how do we use these computers? How do computers and physics, how do they come together? And so Richard Feynman at this point, who was an MIT alum, some of you may have heard his name before, basically in a Q&A session, actually in a keynote speech just like this, actually outlines the development of a computer that the world had never seen before, called a universal simulator. A universal simulator. And this simulator uses these properties of superposition, of probability, of discreteness to predict nature better than any computer ever has to date, 40 years later. And that is what we call a quantum computer. So I'm going to pause there for a second, open up for a few questions for the next, 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to quantum computers. So guys, go ahead. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll erase this in the meantime. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think we might be good. And if you see any questions, you can type them for me here. I don't think I can see the, okay, awesome. Will quantum computers be able to find the lost BTC over the years? That's a good question. In reality, no, not really. And because of the time scale. So in the short term, hey Ryan Cooper. Oh, great question, man. A great question. So not really. And the reason why is because basically the quantum computers, so theoretically, yes. So if I give you the most like accurate answer, yes. The reason I say not really is because quantum computers are just not there yet. So when a lot of times, actually we'll go into the second part here, but quantum computers can be very powerful theoretically, but they're just not there yet. So in other words, our science is up here, but our engineering is still trying to catch up. So as a theoretical person, I could say, listen, Ryan, here's a quantum computer you need to find those lost Bitcoin. But as an engineer, I'd say, well, to make that computer to do that is going to take a lot of research, a lot of time, a lot of experimentation. To give you guys an idea, I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in the next section. Quantum computers haven't really done a lot of profound, novel computations, let alone find lost Bitcoin. I mean, one of the biggest applications we've seen so far is factoring 15. You know, so this is all very nascent. It's all very new stuff. But if they did find it, if someone did make a quantum computer to find it, it would take about approximately, I'd say, 10 years, based on what people in the industry expect how the field will evolve over this next decade. So yeah, that's how I would answer that question. Oh, great question, Bradley. That's a great question. And so that just basically goes right into actually the next section. So right on time. And feel free to keep feeding me questions and I'll segue into here. But the big challenges for developing a quantum computer go into what's called decoherence. Decoherence. So decoherence means that basically quantum computers are really buggy. They're really, really buggy. So a cloud computer, think about bugs like viruses and stuff like that. A quantum computer is naturally buggy. And I'll explain why in a second. So they're buggy because they use these things called qubits. So qubits are different from a normal bit. So we think of a computer you're on right now, it uses bits. So it stores zeros or it stores a 1. So every bit can either store a 0 or, big word here, or a 1. It stores one possibility. But however, for quantum computers, they can store 0 and 1. So that's like their whole thing. That's like their superpower. So normal computer, I can only hold one thing at a time, while as quantum computers can hold both. So it's really powerful. But the challenge is these qubits are very, very sensitive. They're very moody. And the reason is because they're so small and they have to be controlled. They have to be in such a controlled environment that they're very sensitive to any outside interference. So these qubits can be detected or disturbed rather by anything. When I say anything, I mean literally anything. So in other words, if you have something that is even, say, 1 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature from that thing, so say it's like a piece of bread, let's keep it simple, piece of bread, right? So it's basically super cold, but it's near a qubit, that piece of bread is going to disturb your qubit and mess up all your results. And that's part of the reason for anyone who's interested in modern physics and stuff like that, particle accelerators, that's why they have them usually underground, because they're trying to prevent a lot of influence or interference from different waves. Some of you who are familiar with older TVs, you might hear that staticky that was actually space waves coming in. Your TV was detecting radioactive waves from space. And so that's how sensitive these things can be, let alone on a microscopic atomic level, less than atomic level, actually. So that was one question. So now we got a few of them. How will quantum computers, and I know there's a few of them, so you can feel free to type them, and I'll answer Ryan's question right now. How will quantum computers be improved moving forward? I know they're very sensitive. What are you thinking we work on to improve this sensitivity? So first of all, just like you're saying, is they're going to be improved by making them less sensitive. That's the hope, number one. Number two is this, honestly, I think people in the crypto space can definitely relate to this, is we're really trying to find a lot of use cases for them. Crypto, you know, there's so many, it's awesome. There's so many altcoins. Everyone's trying new things. With quantum, it's a little bit, it's definitely less just because there's so much, there's a barrier to entry, right? I mean, you got to know the quantum physics, you got to know the engineering, you got to know the math. I mean, you got to, and then the business person has to be able to explain all these things to you, right? So say you're a quantum computing specialist and you're trying to get a team, right? You know, your salesman, you know, like how do you explain, hey, I made this quantum computing, you know, product. So that's one of the challenges. Actually, something that my company, we see every day because we're using quantum computing principles to develop new products. We're actually developing a COVID-19 diagnostic test that I'll talk about here, just in terms of application, general application, not just my test. But again, so making it less sensitive, which is a challenge, and I'll talk about the philosophy of that in a second. But making it less sensitive, they're finding more use cases for it. And then 3 is it really is trying different architectures. So there's different types of ways to build a computer. You know, we know a computer as, you know, a keyboard, a mouse, a screen. It's not the same thing for quantum computers. Quantum computers, the physics of it, you know, there's a lot more ways to go about doing it. So for instance, some computers actually, quantum computers, use MRI. So same thing you see in a hospital, that same principle, they use that for quantum computers. Some people use topological computers. Some people use, it's called superfluids, which are basically these fluids that act like quantum. They have these quantum principles, but on a macroscopic level. How I've tend on and improving it is basically my company Conduit is we're actually designing a long-term vision is actually designing the world's first personal quantum computer. So same thing you're saying now, again, with you're on your computer now, you're on your phones. What would that look like for using a quantum computer? So we're really excited for the next few years. We're designing out these use cases, fleshing out these applications that you'll eventually be on one platform that will be the world's first personal quantum computer. So I'm really excited. And that answers that question. And then to how they affect blockchain. Actually, you guys asked great questions. I was like putting these later on in the presentation, but I'll just go straight into it. So it will affect blockchain. The biggest thing is something called elliptic curve cryptography. Elliptic curve cryptography. Let me start erasing this board so I can use the board again. So elliptic curve cryptography, just like it sounds, it's helped to secure a lot of your secrets. And of course, as you guys may know, that's the basis for blockchain. So the way that quantum will affect that is that basically it's to answer that in detail, it uses an algorithm called Shor's algorithm. Shor's algorithm. And what it does, so Shor's algorithm is really good at factoring numbers. So I'll give you guys a number. Hopefully you guys can see this. I know it might be reverse. I might be saying one thing, you might see the reverse image. So let me know. But so the way a lot of security works, cryptography works, is through factorization. So you have this really big number. I'm just going to make up a number. So 3, I'll say 3, 2, 9, 7, 5, 3. And say that's 2 numbers, right? So I'll say n times m. So the way all your data is secure on the internet is by basically associating your information, your password, with these really big prime numbers. Keep in mind, note to my cryptographers out there, I don't know if this is a prime number. I just made this number up, so I don't know. It's okay. And once I've factored this, long story short, I can figure out your data. Now, the way it works, that's why if you talk to anyone who's a security specialist, they say, well, really nothing's really unhackable if it's connected to the internet, if it's communicating with other machines. The way you make it practically unhackable is you make it where to solve this problem, right, to figure out what the variables are, you have to basically have a crazy big computer, a powerful computer, and 2, it's got to factor this guy in time, right? So when someone says, oh, well, technically everything's hackable, what they mean is that this number is factorable. It's just it's going to take a long time, a long time. In fact, to give you guys an idea of time scale, you're talking about 4 to the 10 times 3, or something depending on the problem, depending on the number. So you might try and say hack somebody. If you don't know their information or whatever, it might take you the age of the universe, so billions of years, to crack that code. So anyone who's tried to do crypto mining with just a laptop has a sense of what I'm talking about. So it's a lot. And so quantum computers can do something called Shor's algorithm. Let me make that bigger. Shor's algorithm, and he's another person that actually taught at MIT. And what this does is it factors this dramatically, a lot faster than normal computers. So normal computers, again, they basically, if you think about like they're running, right? So think about if I'm running, hold on a second, let me erase this. So the way to explain it, and so to get the picture across, is when someone's normally running, right? You're running linearly. You're running linearly, meaning that your speed doesn't change. Your speed doesn't change, right? So if you're going 5 miles per hour, you just keep going 5 miles per hour. But the way quantum computers work, the reason they're so powerful is that they use something called quantum parallelism. Quantum parallelism. They get faster. They get faster, faster. So you're running. So imagine you're running a marathon, right? And you're going your 5 miles per hour, and the guy next to you starts off super slow. You're like, oh, I'm fine. He's not going to win. But it gets a little bit faster every second. A little bit faster. A little faster. A little bit faster. But not just, again, 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles. I'm talking about 1 mile, 2 miles, 4 miles, 16 miles, 64 miles, 100, that type of thing. Where this guy, to say run across, the earth is like that because he's getting faster every second exponentially. So while computers solve things linearly, meaning that their ability to compute is basically the same. Like you add another bit to your computer system, now you have 2 bits. But because quantum computers, remember, superposition, so they now have, so if I have a classical machine here, so these are all going to represent bits, right? So I've got a classical machine here. So we'll put classical. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'll just put Q or C, right? So this guy can store 0 or 1 and a 1. So say he has 2 bits, he's got a 0 and a 1. He's got 2 possibilities. If I have a quantum computer, I can store 0 and 1, 0 and 1. So I've now stored, he stored 2 possibilities, right? And now I've stored 4 possibilities with the same amount of space, same number of bits that the classical machine had. So that's what you're seeing here, right? So number of bits, right, is linear for a classical machine. For a quantum computer, it goes exponential. So that's why you always lose out to a quantum machine. But again, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. So now I ask you another question. Do you think we will see quantum cell phones? Oh, our first question was, what are quantum computers bad at? Oh, that's a good question. So what are quantum computers bad at? They are bad. Honestly, they're really bad at almost everything. And so when you see like a lot of the hype, the articles, just take it all with a grain of salt. I'll give you a specific example. I believe this is the end of 2019. It's called the recommendation problem. So every time you're on Netflix, you're on Amazon, they're trying to recommend you certain products, certain shows. Here, yeah, you bought this, so you might want to buy that. You saw this, you might want to see that. That's called the recommendation problem. And so they thought that quantum computers could solve that, again, using this quantum parallelism, right? Okay, we can solve this. This is our thing. We got this. Turns out, no, actually, classical computers can still do it better. And in fact, just to add to this, my background, hopefully, I think Anna mentioned it, is my company Condo is actually working with the White House right now. It's called the HPC Consortium, High Performance Computing Consortium. So we're working with supercomputers to actually find a cure for COVID-19. And the big thing is that quantum computers, even though they're very powerful, it will be very powerful, they're just not there yet, 1. And 2, supercomputers are still getting better. That's the thing. It's kind of like we're trying to kind of count classical computers out of the conversation, like, oh, you're done, your time's over. But it's really not, because classical computers are now expanding to what's called exaflop computing. Exaflop computing, which means that right now, if you get a typical supercomputer, it's going to be around, I'll say about worth a million smartphones of computing power. So on average, one supercomputer would be about worth a million smartphones. Exaflop means that one supercomputer will then be worth 1 billion smartphones. 1 billion smartphones. So again, classical computing, they've been trying to count it out, but it's just really quantum computing, guys, is going to more so looks like it's going to be applied to specific problems. Some of those problems, as we're going to be highlighting in this conference, are portfolio optimization, as well as just general optimization problems. Now, honestly, they're best at, let's go back to what I was saying before, Richard Feynman. Go back to 1981, he's doing his keynote at MIT, right? It's only like 20 people, because like who's studying quantum physics computing in 1980? This is before computers were even a thing. So it's like 20 people at this conference, where ironically made history. But the point being is they brought it up, right? They brought it up to simulate physics experiments. Because what happened is that they had these physicists saying, listen, we're using computers, this is a great invention, we kind of reached the limit here for them. How do we simulate these quantum physics principles? How do we simulate these quantum physics principles? And that's what Richard Feynman then says, you got to make a quantum computer. You got to make what he called a universal simulator. In other words, something that can simulate the classical part of nature, so leaves and snow falling to the ground, as well as quantum parts of nature, which may seem esoteric, like, okay, where's quantum in nature? It's relevant to everything we do every day. If you have ever eaten food, whether vegetarian or carnivorous, quantum has helped your life because quantum is the basis for photosynthesis. Plants use quantum physics to make the food, which then either we eat that plant, right, or we eat the thing that eats that plant. So quantum is a fundamental part of our daily lives. It also has huge ramifications in biology as well in terms of DNA, but that's a whole other topic. Do you think we will see quantum cell phones? So great question. That actually goes, I erased it, but to quantum, that actually talks about what my specialty is called quantum engineering. And so really quick is quantum engineering, right? People always ask, what the heck is quantum engineering? So again, those maybe joining a little late, is that my background is I studied under Seth Lloyd, who created their first paper, how to physically implement the universal simulator that Feynman outlined in 1980. So then he was the first quantum mechanic. Studying under him, I became the world's first quantum engineer. So people again say, what the heck is quantum engineering? So to that question, do you think we will see quantum cell phones? That's basically what quantum engineering is. So when you think about right now, right, we said, okay, well, it's going quantum physics, right? Quantum physics, I'll put Q physics. Then we're going to quantum computing, right? The way that quantum engineering comes into play here is that quantum engineering is really it's really the root. It's the branch. So in other words, I have quantum engineering. So I'll put that here, quantum engineering. Quantum computing is just one application. Is just one application. There are plenty of other applications. And so specifically to your question, do you think we will see quantum cell phones? That would be another application of quantum engineering. But now what's interesting to his point about, do you think we would see quantum cell phones? Here are some of the challenges, again, that you would have to confront, right, and figure out an answer to get those quantum cell phones. So one is temperature control. So I actually want to link it back with another question someone asked about quantum computers and improving their sensitivity. So the reason that this stuff is challenging, the reason that answer your question, is that you got to remember that the universe is interconnected. The universe is interconnected. So what that means is that anytime you try and just think about it, right? So we saw that with just as a species this last year with 2020, right? When someone gets sick over here, it affects somebody over there. We're interconnected. The universe is the same thing. So, for instance, when you look up at the night sky, right, you're seeing light from stars that may have died millions of years ago, just now reaching you. So the effect of something millions of years away, or in time, but also in space, millions of light years away, can still affect you all the way here on Earth in your personal life. So the universe is interconnected. It's a web. So anytime you move here, you've now affected all the other webs attached to say that. So if I was like Spider-Man or something like that, right, I'm using my spider webs. If I move my arm, right, then all the webs attached to this arm then move with it. Right? And so in other words, the challenge for quantum computing on a deep level, I think this is one of those things, again, if you forget everything else from this presentation, one of the things you want to remember, the challenge is that the universe is interconnected. But the smaller you go, right, the more interconnected it actually becomes. So the challenge is, how do you basically control these qubits when they're so interconnected with everything else around it? Remember, we're talking about something that's smaller than an atom here. You're usually talking about electrons and photons. And these things are very, very small. Keep in mind, an electron is a lot smaller than a photon for all my physics people out there. And so you're saying, how do I control this environment that is so sensitive to everything else around it? And again, that brings me back to what decoherence is. So decoherence is basically trying to have this controlled environment, but something affects that. It causes it to go out of whack in a way that you did not intend. So that's the important thing there. So specifically, do you think we will see quantum cell phones? The big challenge we have to answer is decoherence. And now let me explain what decoherence is in a day-to-day sense. So decoherence is temperature. So when you so you touch like, I don't know if anyone has ever touched like a hot pan or anything that's like, you're like, ooh, that's really hot. What's going on, right, is that your fingers, your nerves are detecting motion. And it's like your brain says, whoa, that's bad for us, let's move away. So temperature is motion. So when you feel something that's really hot, it's really cold, you're really detecting the motion of that thing. And so in our daily lives, right, obviously the weather, you know, there's a range depending on where you are, but it's not the range compared to like empty space, right? So our temperatures may say go from, I'm gonna use Fahrenheit for my Celsius people, sorry for a second, but for Fahrenheit, right, you might have, I'm in Boston. So in Boston, you might see anywhere from say 10 degrees Fahrenheit to even actually 100 degrees, actually during the summer, it can get pretty crazy. But with that, even at 10 degrees Fahrenheit, that's still a lot of motion. That's still a lot of movement. It's a lot of movement. And so the problem with that quantum cell phone would be basically it would be bugging out. You have a hard time getting signal because the temperature, even if you're in cold areas, will make it bug out. You'll call people by accident, you know, it'll text people by random, stuff like that. And so you got to have a temperature control. We got to have temperature control. And I want to bring this back to one more element of this conversation that's really important to note. So I'm saying, guys, okay, quantum, it's interconnected. So let's kind of quantify that for a second. So one of the properties, I'm going to erase this. One of the properties of quantum that blew people away, I didn't highlight at the beginning because there's already a lot, but is what's called wave-particle duality. Wave-particle duality. So when we talked about quantum in the beginning, right, we said it basically like this little ball. You guys can see that. And say, okay, it's a little billiard ball, but that's actually an outdated view of the atom. The atom does not look like this. Any atom does not really look like this. Instead, it's more like a fuzzy cloud. It's more like a fuzzy cloud. And in fact, the crazy thing, the reason that Einstein was so upset at quantum, because he found that the smaller you go, right? So you're the scientist, you got your little glasses, and you're looking in at this atom, is that it has something called wave-particle duality. Right, so when you think of waves, you might think ocean waves, you might think sound waves, like Beats headphones, something like that. But actually, as you go smaller, it turns out that this thing that's small here, so say smaller than a human cell, is part wave. It's part particle, part wave. So in other words, it looks more like this. All of this is the atom. Now, Ryan, okay, well, what is all this? What length are we talking about? Technically, really this length, the length of an atom really is actually infinity. I mean, it's the whole universe, because the smaller you go, the more wave-like that thing becomes. The more wave-like that thing becomes. Now think about a wave, for instance, right? If I told you, you know, here's a wave. Think about this. Think about this for a second. If I told you this is a wave, and I said to you, Ryan, where is the wave? How could you, it's here, 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 it's here. It's everywhere. It's everywhere at the same time. So it's the same thing for matter. And that's why it was so frustrating people, because they had 1,000 years, 2,000 years from Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, to Einstein, to Newton, to Einstein, saying, you got a ball, you drop it drops to the floor. That's it, it's simple. But then you go smaller, it's just, well, how are we getting these weird properties where you're saying something small is everywhere, but then as it gets bigger, it's in one place? That's why people hate. That's why they hated quantum. Like, this makes no sense. In fact, Einstein's quoted, famous quote saying, "God does not play dice. God does not play dice." He was so frustrated. He's like, okay, how are we just playing chance and things are everywhere, when on the Newtonian level, on an everyday level, right? If you say your cup's there, your cup's there. But at a quantum level, your cup's really kind of concentrated here, but it's really everywhere. So in other words, this would be the general wave you might see. So the more mass something has, it looks a little different. So it's still a wave, but hold on to that while I show what it really looks like. There we go. So instead of it being a uniform wave like that, it's what you call, some people call it different things, but based on the context. But for this, I'm going to call it a mass wave. A mass wave. So it would look more so like this. So that's the wave function. This would be what your atom actually looks like. So again, that's why I said this corresponds to that. This corresponds to that. So if as a scientist, I'm trying to find this atom, actually the way I would explain it to you accurately would say, well, The atom's probably here. It's probably here. And it might be over here, might be over there. I don't know. And so then when you measure it, right, when you actually observe it, you open, say it's in a box, and you open that box, what happens is that the universe, now this was the last thing that really pissed off physicists, is that when you open the box, it then goes to just back to being this billiard ball. It goes back to being this idea we had for thousands of years is back to being a ball. Says, how is that possible? And that's the thing about the universe, about quantum physics, is that with quantum physics, basically the universe, metaphorically speaking, knows that you're watching it. It knows that you're watching it. Meaning that once you've opened this box, got your little atom here, get your atom in there, and you open that box, the universe says, I see you try to catch me. You try to catch my wave-like properties. So it just shows you the ball. It just shows you the ball. And so that's what was so frustrating. And now you're probably wondering, well, how did they know it was a wave if every time they measured it, they saw the ball? It basically goes into a whole nother topic, but it's called the double slit experiment. So I'd recommend anyone who wants to know more details about that, just look up double slit experiment. And basically you'll see that the atoms were acting like waves when people weren't detecting them. So it's really, really powerful stuff. And so with this, the atom, you're saying, okay, if we detect it, then it changes. Now, this threw science off for a loop. Because remember for science, guys, let's pause here for a second. Why do we trust science in the first place? We trust science in general, because not the humans who do the science. I'm not talking about the humans who do the science, maybe funded by this person or that person or whatever intentions they may have. I'm saying the science itself is because it has evidence. It has results. In other words, it's not going to tell you, science is not going to tell you anything that it can't empirically show. It can't empirically show. So when we look at these theories of gravity, of Newton and Einstein, right, they said, listen, look at the math, look at the experiment. I can show you this works. So now you've gotten to a position in physics where I can't really show you what's actually there. I can't really show you what's underneath all this, what's going on underneath. And the fact is, we can show there's evidence of something going on underneath, but not to the point where it's a whole other theory. And what I'm saying is that they were so upset because they thought, okay, you got this probabilistic thing. Everything we've had before says nature's not probabilistic, so there's got to be some deeper theory that we're just not understanding. There's something below quantum, that's giving us this probabilistic behavior. There's not. In fact, there's something called Bell's theorem, that shows that there are no what they call hidden variables underneath quantum that are causing this behavior. So in other words, I'm saying to you, and this is what with the law is that, so say, you wake up every morning, say, okay, I gotta go to work, I gotta drive to work. Well, not anymore, right? Not for most people. But before 2020, right, we drive to work, say, okay, I've got to figure out the traffic, I gotta get gas, and you calculate, here's how long my trip would take, right? It might take me 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get to work depending on the day. Maybe Fridays there's more traffic, and you plot out your course. Quantum says, well, listen, that's great. You know all the variables, who's gonna be on the road, what gas station you're gonna be at. That's great. You're still not gonna know how long it takes you to get there. You're not gonna know how long it takes you to get to work. Think about how crazy that is. So I could tell you and say, hey, listen, Anna, Ryan, all these people, say, I'm going to tell you who's on the road, how fast they're going, what car they're in, their MPG. I could give you every single piece of information about everything related to you driving to work. But at the end of the day, you still would not know how long it takes to get to work. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. And that's what frustrates people so deeply, because it meant the universe, again, was probabilistic. That basically there's some part of the universe that, metaphorically speaking, says, you know what? You're going to take 30 minutes to get to work today because I feel like it. You're going to take an hour today because I feel like it. You're going to take 20 minutes today because I feel like it. And so it just frustrated scientists to no end because, again, when you do an experiment, right, how do you explain to somebody, right, when you say it's 1905, you're Einstein and all these people, we're supposed to have gotten this result, but the universe just decided to give us the other result. So it's really, really crazy stuff. And I want to talk about that for a second in detail. So the reason that they have this challenge goes into the philosophical nature of what measurement is in the first place. So you guys got to remember, anytime you measure something, you're actually affecting something. You're affecting something. So take a second, take that in for a second. When you measure something, you are affecting that thing. And so anyone who has kids, knows that. Anyone who's a teacher, who's ever been a teacher, knows that. You check in on your kid, supposed to be sleeping, right? They, they put the thing away. Like, go to sleep. It's just that in psychology we call it the surveillance effect. The surveillance effect. So when people know that they're being monitored, right, their behavior changes. And so it's a similar idea, not the exact same thing, but some idea in physics in the real world. But the reason for that is because really when someone says they're measuring something, what you're really doing is you're affecting something with an intention. Right? So in other words, you think about it intuitively again. Think about for every test you've ever taken in high school, middle school, any college, anything. So I'm the teacher, right? And I say, guys, from everyone watching right now, I want to know how well you understand what I'm saying. So I give you a test, right? I give you a test. Now keep in mind, you might not know, how exactly you might be stressed out by the test. You might be like, oh, I'm a bad test taker. I don't know what I'm going to do. And start breathing heavy. So you may understand wave particle duality and, photoelectric effect and atom meeting indivisible. You may know those things, but then that test, you get nervous, right? And then you fail the test. Or something may happen, your internet connection goes out, you fail the test. So my point is that anytime you measure something, you're affecting that thing. You might be, for instance, in this example, might be causing anxiety because of the test. And even say, well, Ryan, was there a way to kind of do a pop quiz? Is there a way to kind of detect and say, it's a surprise, guys, surprise universe. You didn't have time to prepare, so I'm just going to be able to see what you truly know. Not exactly. Because that's what I was saying before with the interconnectedness of the universe, is that every action, right, going back to, this isn't a little application, but every action has a reaction. So every time you do something, again, the rest of the universe takes in that response. For those of you familiar with the Tao of Physics, it talks about this, how the universe can be seen as a dance, this dynamic movement of the universe. And so with the dance, with rhythm, right, think about it, you dance, you can't just dance with one half of your body, right? You can't just dance with one foot. It has to be, it's all continuous, it's all united, it's all one being. So understanding the interconnected universe understands why it's so challenging to build these quantum computers. Because one, they're so sensitive. Two, they're probabilistic, so they're already kind of moody in the first place. Three is that they're discrete, right? And four is that basically the instruments you need to detect these things in their instrumentation by a physical fact, whether it be, so in other words, if a million years from now we made better technology to detect these things, there would still be an effect of the measurement on these quantum principles. So it's something you cannot avoid. For really interesting, I thought it was really interesting, is they used to think that it was our own human brains creating these results. They said it's got to be, our just consciousness creating reality, which has really deep, interesting psychological and spiritual ramifications. That was by John von Neumann. And it was basically the John von Neumann interpretation of quantum physics. So we got to be creative. So when I open that box, my mind is telling me it's a 1 or a 0. Not exactly. That kind of falls apart because the thing is, right, that we're humans. We're just one species. The world is not human-centric. The physics laws don't care that we're human. So if a dog, she would have a different experience based on that answer, right? If it's based on consciousness, because they have a different level of brain capacity. Aliens, right, that might have bigger brain capacity or different brain capacity, we get different physics. We're just shown not to be true. It's shown not to be true. In fact, bringing it back to Einstein really quick, what Einstein showed, I think a lot of people kind of misinterpret him, is they show that people try to take Einstein and say everything's relative. That's not true. So Newton, let's start with Newton for a second, because Einstein, again, is a rebuttal of Newton. Newton says, listen, the laws here in this room are the same laws that you have in your room. The same laws that are in space, the same laws that are at the end of the universe, the same laws everywhere. The laws apply themselves uniformly. In a political science sense, you'd say there's a rule of law that applies to everybody, to everything in the universe. Einstein says, yeah, but not exactly. So what happens, so say you're on a spaceship and you're going fast, not like 10 miles an hour, 100 miles per hour. I'm talking about like thousands of miles per hour, close to the speed of light. Is that inside my bubble, anyone seen Interstellar, the apple is still gonna, we're still gonna have the apple drop to the ground in general, unless it's microscopic, unless we drop it 1 billion times and it somehow phases through, like quantum says. But me observing you in that spaceship is gonna see different things. So if you're going very, very fast, right? You're going very, very fast, and I'm gonna see you age very slowly. So when you come back to my planet, to Earth, I might be, dead by that time. Might be 10 years later, while you might have just gone for a quick trip. And so Einstein's relativity isn't talking about laws inside our reference frame. He's talking about how we observe people in other reference frames. So same thing, right? So just think about our day-to-day lives. So honestly, all of us basically want the same things. Anyone knows Maslow's hierarchy of needs knows we all basically want the same things. We want to be proud about the work we did. We want to, be able to feed ourselves. We all want these basic things, but it takes different interpretations, right, based on what career you're in, what occupation in, how old you are, what your parents taught you. But it's still the basic drive behind all of this, And so that's the thing to kind of keep contextualizing everyday life. Because I know this stuff is very esoteric, and when am I going to use this? I don't understand this. It's the same notion as our day-to-day lives. So when you're at a restaurant, you're hungry and you're eating, right? But at the same time, and you have all these things going through your mind, how am I going to pay for this bill and that bill? The other person next to you has the same idea, but maybe they make more money, so it's easier for them to pay those bills. So it's the same drive, the same responsibility, the same worry, the same concerns, but just we address them differently relative to each other. So someone might have an easier time paying a bill compared to you, or an easier time eating good food than you, or easier time going to the gym than you, but it's all relative. And that's my point there. It's all relative from one reference frame compared to another reference frame. But inside that reference frame, the rules are still the same. Everyone's born, everyone lives, everyone dies. Those rules are still the same. But it's in between that comparative that it changes. So I'll pause there for a second for any quick questions, then we'll move on to the last section, which is going to be applications of quantum engineering. Let me waste this. I know my hair's wild, guys. I'm sorry. I think somebody asked a question earlier, and if you could type it for me so I could answer it, that'd be great. Okay, so while we're waiting for Anna, I'll just go over to the next section, and then as they pop up, I'll answer them. So the last section in the last 2 minutes here is explaining the applications of quantum engineering. So I did a little bit of that already. I said that quantum computing is an application, quantum cell phones might be an application. So now let's talk about the wider range of possibilities here. Because this conference, it's about the future, right? It's about seeing forward, moving forward. So we've spent most of the presentation talking about the history of quantum. Where did it come from? Who created it? What does it mean? What are philosophical interpretations? So it's really, really powerful. Really powerful. Let's see, we got this one question here. Building quantum blockchains. So building quantum blockchains. Okay, that's interesting. That actually goes to an application of quantum engineering. Specifically one that I'll talk about. Now, this is loosely related, and I'll bring it to blockchain in a second. It's called quantum internet. And so the way I'll show that to you guys will be through this. And so we've got our box. And we've got our box. Excuse my bad, box ready. So normally with the internet, we use what I was saying before, talking about the blockchain question, elliptic curve cryptography. Elliptic curve cryptography. Quantum internet is the response to quantum computing. In other words, think of it this way. So if someone says to me, Ryan, how do you prevent quantum computing from taking my data? And there's different ways to do that. And it talks about updating the ledger, which I'll talk about in a second. But one way, on a fundamental level, on a universal level, that's doesn't even require blockchain or necessarily cryptography as we know it. As we know it, is the actual hardware itself, creating a quantum internet. So the way a quantum internet would work, again, remember all the principles we were talking about before. I specifically talk about the one where I said the superposition, where again, if someone detects, if someone opens that box, if you will, then you see one result or the other. One result or the other. And so the way quantum internet would work, well, first let me explain why they would create it. So you're going to create a quantum internet because it's talking about a similar concern we were just talking about with cryptography. If you want to keep your data secure, so you want to know, hey, I'm sending these pictures to somebody, I'm sending some information to somebody, I'm sending some codes to some weaponry somewhere. I want to know that nobody in the world has access to this. Privacy. It's all about privacy. So when you think quantum internet, think privacy, but think on the ultimate level. So right now, our internet's based on these mathematical formulas, number theory, for instance, factorization, like I said before. Quantum internet is powerful because, like I said before, with elliptic curve cryptography, that can be factored, that can be broken down by quantum computers, period. Again, we're not there yet. Experts think it's going to be about a decade till we get there, but it's, again, theoretically possible. Theoretically possible. So say someone was developing a quantum computer in isolation, right? They were like 10 years ahead of the field or anybody else, is that they could then break the blockchain like someone was asking before. But that could be completely, no one else would be able to know about it and wouldn't have had time to update their ledgers. So quantum internet levels the playing field because instead of saying, well, listen, we've made this privacy where it's basically unhackable, where someone would have to use, again, a crazy amount of computing power, whether it be classical or whether it be quantum, to find out my information. Quantum internet says, hold on. Number theory, that's great. Factorization, that's great. You've made it very, 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 very difficult. You've got to do calculations for the age of the universe. Awesome. Until, again, someone shortcuts that. Quantum internet says, no, we're going to do something even more concrete than number theory in this context. So we're going to use the physical law of quantum physics to ensure that my data, when I transfer it to you, is secure, that no one has interfered or overheard our conversation. And so they do this different ways. So first, let me explain that this is the fundamentals. So specific projects will be using it with more nuance, more specific strategies, but this is the fundamentals of how a quantum internet would work. And so quantum internet would work. And it can be very simple. So we have a box, and we open the box, then we get a result, right? The universe knows we're watching it. Okay, that's not good. So in other words, if I'm over here, the classic names used in quantum computing, I want to make you guys sound smart when you're talking about this, to your friends, is you always want to use the names Alice and Bob. So Alice is talking to Bob, Bob's talking to Alice. Alice talking to Bob, Bob's talking to Alice. They have a secret conversation. They don't want anyone else to come in and interfere. So what they do, again, this is the fundamentals, is they have this box where it says that it carries their information, it carries their communication with it. And using the quantum internet, is that quantum internet would be able to detect if, say, Bob gets his box from Alice, and it's already been measured, the results already been measured. Then he says, you know what? Someone's been in here. Someone's been in my box, as suggested as that is. And so if you're Bob, someone's interfering and listening to my conversation. And so I want to stop here for a second and talk about how do you prepare things in the superposition. So we're going to go into a little bit of math. Do not be scared. It's going to be okay. So a big question is, how do you prepare yourself into superposition? Okay, Ryan, what stuff are we talking about, first of all? We're talking about quantums, about atoms. Let's see what we're talking about. Well, again, the architecture behind this stuff is a bit fluid. So people can use, again, MRI techniques. They can use topography. They can use ultra cold bits, atoms. There's actually at MIT, there's actually a center for computation using things that are very, very cold. Not just cold like, freezer cold. I'm talking about, again, like absolute zero cold. I'm talking like liquid nitrogen type cold, like Mr. Freeze and Batman type cold. And so with this, is you've got to remember is you've got to apply a superposition. So you have your electron. Electron is a commonly used one. Some people use photons, but I'm going to stick with electron for this. You got to have it in a superposition. So really quick, let's explain a little bit more what a superposition is. What are you exactly communicating to this guy? So before I said the superposition, right, is 0 and 1 at the same time. 0 and 1 at the same time. That's the basic principle. Now, what does that mean? Well, again, as I was saying, the challenge is that physically we don't have an image for that. Like, I can't show you a superposition because the whole gist of it is that once I've observed that box, I've opened it, it collapses into just 1. So I may just see 0 or 1, but I'll never see 0 and 1 at the same time. I never see 0 and 1 at the same time. So with this, okay, how do we talk about this in a more scientific, formalized, academic way? So you wouldn't just write a 0 and 1 literally like this. What you would do is you write it in its formalization. So the way you formalize this, you basically talk about it in a fancy way that people will respect you, is you write it like this. And so what that means to me, I know it's a little messy. What that means to me here, these little brackets, it's called bracket notation. Bracket notation is that it means that this is, you're telling me that this is a qubit. This is what's called a superposition. You're saying, okay, you got 0 and 1 together. Now this isn't the full notation. We're not done yet. But this says I've got a 0 and I've got a 1. I've got a 0 and I've got a 1. And so specifically what you apply to this to get a superposition is first, you got to understand what a superposition is in the zeros and ones. So we said it before as left to right, thereby left and right, up and down, thereby left, up and down. But specifically, the basis for the superposition is really in energy levels. Energy levels, okay? So a lot of times we're talking about zeros and ones, we're talking about basically how excited is a electron. And so the way that we talk about it, right, so you got what's called your ground state, that of course you can represent with a 0. And then you got your other levels. You know, so you've got this one right here. You know, you've got other energy levels too. So when someone says it's a 0 and a 1, you know, metaphorically we can say up and down, left and right together. But also you can talk about energy levels. So if I say something is a superposition, right, of 0 and 1, that means that we know that its energy is somewhere in this range between a 0 and a 1. So, but again, once you measure it, it either go between a 0 or a 1. So, and or are really important words here. And or are really important words here. So when I say it's superposition, keep in mind, I'm not including 0 or 1 in this. So if I haven't looked in my box yet, it's somewhere in the middle, but it's not here and it's not here. It's somewhere in the middle. Okay, so then it would apply to get it to that position, right? So you've got this electron in the box. Remember guys, is that we write a billiard ball, we're a little ball, but it's not really a ball. It's more so like this. Remember, it's more like that. Wave particle duality. Let's bring everything together. So my mind, I could write a little ball, but what's going on really is a huge wave like that, and then it dies out at the end. It dies out at the end. So this is what's inside this box. Okay. This is often called a wave function. A wave function. Reinforcing the fact that as you get smaller, you're now seeing things be actually more, ironically, more spread out. So as a physicist, I can't tell you the atom is, you know, in the corner of this box. I say it's the probability of you finding it in this corner of the box is X, is Y. So when you're talking about locations of small things, you would say it more based on probability than you would say to anything else. So with quantum internet, right? So we said here, an electron. Which is actually a wave function. So it's concentrated in one particular place, number one. And then we're trying to transport this information from Alice to Bob using quantum internet. We know that it's in a superposition. In this context, that means that we know that its energy level is somewhere between a 0 and a 1. So I'm gonna show you guys a little bit of math. Okay, so don't get scared. It's gonna be okay. So what we're applying is called a Hadamard gate. And I'll spell it out for you guys. A Hadamard gate. So it's Hadamard gate. A Hadamard gate. And a Hadamard gate In mathematics, we call it a transformation. A transformation. And just like any transformation, it just changes the thing you're talking about. It just changes the thing you're talking about. So specifically, a Hadamard gate can be looked at as a matrix. As a matrix. So a matrix just means a bunch of numbers. So don't anyone who gets scared by the word matrix, don't worry. Matrix means a bunch of numbers. That's all that means. So H, again, standing for Hadamard gate, is equivalent to this. Boom. And so what does that mean? It means you're going to be applying this matrix and this number to whatever that state is. So for instance, the way this would work, the way you would write this out, is you'd say H, and you would apply this H, you would apply a Hadamard gate to that state, right? So we said, what are the notation? The bracket notation, 0 and 1, right? So again, either it's 0 energy or it's 1 energy. So say we apply this Hadamard gate to a 0. So if I'm Alice and I want to apply this Hadamard gate, so I want to put in superposition. So I may communicate information between myself to Bob. The first thing I've got to do is apply a Hadamard gate. In other words, what I'm doing is I'm writing this right here. So I'm basically multiplying this matrix by this right here. And what that would give you is and so this is a Hadamard gate. So if you notice, right, you've got a 0 and you've got a 1. Oops, like something's missing here. You draw this part. And so you've got a 0 and you've got a 1. So this is now officially in a superposition. So now you as Alice can communicate this results to Bob. And so if Bob then gets a result where he just gets, say, 1, he knows that somebody, I'll say Carl, has come in and observed this state. So that's called quantum internet. Quantum internet. And so this really answers one of your questions about change affecting quantum blockchains. Currently, there are efforts to update, either create this, the quantum internet, or to update the elliptic curve cryptography to make it resistant to quantum computers. There's actually something called the quantum resistant ledger. You guys can Google. They've been around for a few years, and they're doing exactly what their name is saying, creating a blockchain that's really powerful. So before I finish up, I want to quickly talk about how quantum computers can also be used to find cures for diseases like COVID. And that's actually part of my work I'm doing with the White House right now. So, like let's keep the board. So the way what we're doing with the White House, we're using a supercomputer called Frontera. Frontera is the 8th biggest supercomputer in the world. I'm working alongside my team. Our lead scientist is Logan Thrasher Collins, who's the principal investigator. He's amazing, by the way. He actually created an anti-bacterial peptide when he was 16 years old. So many look him up. These are some people that really you should know about that are really making huge differences in the world. And so what we're doing with the White House is we're using supercomputers to simulate, not necessarily this stuff right here, but to simulate the virus on the scale of nanoseconds. So it's talking about time. And then the viral membrane, looking at the spike proteins, meaning the proteins that basically could attach to your cell and say, hey, let me in, I'm one of you guys. Look at how that comes together using supercomputers. And a part of that process is understanding how the quantum physics, so not strictly quantum computing, that's why I said quantum engineering, is the quantum physics of bond formations, how the proteins come together, how the membrane comes together, and it's really powerful. What's exciting is that in the future, where quantum computers are available, is that we're able to do things called Grover's algorithm. Grover's algorithm, that's another keyword I'd recommend when you look up. What Grover's algorithm does is that it allows you to search through a whole database without having to structure it. So in other words, for data scientists, one of the big things we always look at is how do we structure our data so it's easy to understand. So in other words, the way I explain it to people who aren't quantum engineers and data scientists, stuff like that, is think about it, a lot of times when you clean your room, or when you lost your keys, right? You have to sometimes clean your room. You got to clean the whole thing, and then in the process of cleaning your room, You find like, oh, there are my keys. I gotta go. I'm late to work. You know, that's less than 2020 because we're all staying home. But in general, you gotta clean your room and find your keys. Quantum computers can basically scan a room, messy and everything, things hidden, you can't see anything, and say the key's right there. So it almost looks like this like Oracle. It's really cool and grows algorithms. So applying that to big problems like pandemics, the quantum computers in the future will be able to say, look at all these different compounds, different chemicals, different herbs from all across the world and say, you know what, this right here will be able to stop the virus from creating. And so with that, I'm really excited to show you guys what quantum computing is possible, but also the future of quantum computing, which is quantum engineering. So with that, thank you guys so much. Feel free to reach out to me at ryan.robinson, my name, at conduitcomputing.com. Thanks, guys.
journey through quantum computing about our mystical universe. Next panel we have is going to be John and Alex Berry, co-founders of Quantify Crypto. Take it away.
Hello? Can you hear me? Testing. Can anybody hear me?
And so I can talk to them?
You're out.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
You're cut. You're good.
Who was just there? Okay. Hello, Blockchain Week Miami. I want to take this time to see who in the live chat can have any questions about like DeFi in general, and just see if anybody has questions they would like to ask about DeFi. In the chat, please. Yep, I'll take any questions from the audience. Is there anybody? Like, am I not like hearing things, or? We want to like see what questions people have, Anna. Like, is there any like?
You should start, Alex. Don't start with questions. We can hear you.
Okay, well, I don't really know like what anybody's like experience level with like DeFi is, so I'm not sure like what to go into first. Like what?
Do you want me to start?
Yeah. I'm hearing this echo too.
Okay. Do you want me to take it and you'll continue?
I mean, decentralized finance, like trading on like the Ethereum blockchain. Thank you, Caleb, for the question. So I define decentralized finance as any blockchain financial system that is not part of like the legacy financial system. So like Bitcoin is a part of DeFi, and Ethereum is also part of DeFi, and really any cryptocurrency network is encompassed in DeFi. But most of the innovation in DeFi or decentralized finance is happening on Ethereum right now. That's where it's all happening. So our website that we're presenting right here, DeFi Heatmap, interfaces with Uniswap, which is an Ethereum exchange for trading ERC20 tokens. And you can here it is. And you can connect your wallet, and it will do an analysis of your Ethereum address. And can you connect the wallet, please? And here it is, and it shows on account. We need a DeFi version of Robinhood, says Hans in the chat. Yes, I agree. I think that DeFi with this Robinhood scandal, it will be better suited to pivot into trading stocks on the blockchain. I think that will be like this whole Robinhood thing with them pulling the plug will definitely lead to that. I agree. And suggestions for a good name. Give Stonks a name there. Oh, thank you, Crypty, for saying good call in the chat. How do I? Is there a way to like show people what people said in the chat onto the video? how do I do that? Thanks, Crypty. So if you click on any tile from here, you can go to a Uniswap page. Yeah. Anna says share the link to YouTube server and tunes. Yeah, we just tweeted it. Hopefully more people will come in. So yeah, if you go to the click on a token, you can go to its page. So this is the Bancor network token. Can you take the WETH chart out? Yeah, and just see the Bancor. So this no. Show Bancor still. Yeah. So this is Bancor token, and you can trade right here from this interface here without having to like copy or paste the address. And so if you want to go back to the wallet, or trade. Yeah, the gas fee is kind of high. So can you go back to the wallet, please? The interface. Yeah, so as you can see on this page, we have it shows the positions. I don't know. What do you want to say? I wanted to talk about the portfolio page. I mean, this is a so here you can see your address, your balance of ETH, your balances in USD, and at the top it shows your total balances. And if you scroll down, it shows your positions like written out. But the real nice thing about this is that you have the tile map that shows your balances, so it's very easy to click into any of your balances and just go straight to trading. And you can scroll to your next page. Yes, Hans. This is a can we show the people chatting in the YouTube? Like, can we get the YouTube chat onto the screen? So Hans says, okay, yes, that is correct. We make it as easy as possible to trade onto Uniswap. So is there any like coin you guys would want to see on our page? So this is showing right now all of our wallet funds, and you can just click on them. Zap. All right, let's go find Zap. Is it not? Hex. Zap, no. So right now we're only getting the top 1,000 liquidity pools. We're trying to add more to our system right now. Let's do Hex instead, because that's what There, I think you need to go on to up it to 200 coins to find hex. Yeah, there it is. I'm like not. The camera's not working. Yeah, okay. I had one of those things with my camera.
Hey, yeah, your camera wasn't on. I just wanted to hop in and say hi to everybody. How you guys doing?
Hey, hello.
Great. Yeah, what are we looking at here? Because I was like really interested in what the project was, and I was just seeing like how I would use it.
Yeah, so we're looking to add more balances soon.
Okay, so what do we mean by balances? Like the different coins that you're going to be trading, or?
Yeah, more coins soon. We only do the top 1,000 by liquidity right now, so that's all it will pick up in our system. But the new back end that you just saw is way faster in Golang. We're in the middle of redoing the back end because in the version, because like if you want to see the old version, do you mind going to because this right now is our development site. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry that Zap isn't on there, but like,
Oh no, don't worry about it. We add things to it all the time.
Yeah, so if you click on like MetaMask here to check the wallet, it's the new version that we were just showing. So what you just saw with the dark mode, that's like our still alpha, not live version. That's only available like
Discord,
still development.
Our goal is to release the development version by February 15th.
Yeah, John, like when you're looking at different release schedules, what are you looking for in your versions? Like what kind of things are you looking for in software?
We'll see how long this is taking to load right here. Like this is taking like a very like long time before your balances popped up right there. Like that just 30 seconds.
Yeah, that can happen like if you're using like if you're not running like the server off of like a node or something, right?
Yeah, now go back to the other one and show them like how much faster the other one was. So this back end that the dark mode is showing is what we're about to release, and this is done in Golang. So see how that took like 5 seconds to connect your wallet? Yeah, so once we release this one, we can really increase the load of like the number of coins that we like scan for your wallet in like a feasible amount of time. So once we have this version live and we can like connect the wallet faster, we can have a greater number of coins we check for.
Nice. Now, now when you're looking at like the people who are going to use it, who do you looking at as your customer?
So we look at anyone who does trading on Ethereum, like decentralized exchanges, or manages their own Ethereum accounts, and anyone who wants to like gain insight into the market. You think I could take over the screen share and show some other features that we can do? Because what
yes, please.
Do is I like to track like what some of the big exchanges are doing, and because a lot of people like the strategy of we want to see what big wallets are doing. And like a lot of people like.
You're going to share your screen?
Yeah, mine.
Okay.
So you guys see this version?
Yes, sir.
So this is one of Binance's wallets. So this right here is showing you all of the different coins in Binance. So you can see they have a link balance of like 33 million Chainlink worth $800 million, And so you can see like the coins on Binance. Yeah, this is this is just one of Binance's many wallets. So people who want to like monitor, what coins are like starting to like become bigger on the exchanges and what's like going down. Because I don't know, are there any big wallets? Do you do any big wallet tracking? Because we can search any wallet.
I don't know. Who do you think we should go investigate?
I don't know. I think Mark Cuban. People found out his address on Twitter. Maybe we should go
how'd that
see.
happen? Someone doxed him,
I don't
right?
know. Yeah. He doxed himself actually. He posted. Let's look up Mark Cuban's Ethereum address.
I think it's Mark with a K. Cuban. Or maybe it's C. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Mark Cuban. Okay.
There he is.
Yeah. So let's see. He
Just like
tweeted.
LOL doxed myself.
Yeah. Right here. Rarible.com.
And that's him.
Yep. And this is him. So let's see what coins is Mark Cuban holding.
What if he was like holding like all the crypto kitties and it was just him? Oh, so this is him. Okay. So it's worth 7.3 Weth. Holy.
Yep. So yeah, we can go check his creator account out.
He's like, look what I found. My address.
Yeah. So
more like what you found.
Yeah, let's check it on Ether. Oh, this does not have much. I heard another address of his had a lot though. Yeah, so I know a lot of people have been like, oh, what are like the whales going to buy? So if you have like a list of like portfolio addresses, that you find, you can track all of them too, because that's a popular strategy. So I've heard.
Yeah, it's a pretty good strategy, to be honest. I don't follow many big accounts. Maybe I will now.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten into it very much either myself, but it's nice. It's a nice tool to like be able to like check that. So let's check Mark Cuban's balances.
Is this the other one that you found?
Yeah, this is I just saw that. Let's check that out on.
So John, what inspired you to want to start a business?
We felt the tools for cryptocurrency. It was hard to keep track of the fast-moving cryptocurrency market, and so we developed our home site, quantifycrypto.com, which we're really not showing here, but we started that about 2 years ago. Alex wrote a really cool algorithm that predicts Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency price movements, and we've been wildly successful with that. He wanted to get into the algorithm business, and I said the information business is a better business model because I used to work for the New York Stock Exchange for 22 years.
Sure, yeah.
And I know the New York Stock Exchange makes much higher profit margins on the services that support trading instead of the trading itself. And so we got into Quantify Crypto, and that site's been growing. December was our record month where we were up over 37%. Compared to November, and November had been our prior record month. And then the first week of January, we beat what we did the whole month of December. So we're having very strong growth right now. A lot of people love the product.
That's really good.
That's been good.
It's true. I feel like there's so much out of reach, and I think that it would be better if I could just like see a lot more. And I think that type of information service is important.
So Mark Cuban owns 50,000 Hex. So for all of the people out there that says Hex is a scam, Mark Cuban is a holder of Hex. There's that.
Lads? What the heck is a Lads?
I don't know, but Mark Cuban has some Serum, some Friends with Benefits coin. Ooh, I wonder who Mark's Friends with Benefits is. You see, now I can I kind of. Oh look, Mark Cuban's got some. He's got some Barn Bridge, some
Oh,
Alpha
really?
token, yeah, some Badger DAO. So yeah, like
Ah.
anyone you think like that is a big hot shot. If you find their Ethereum address, you can go. Oh, he's got some Rari governance token from trading on Rarible.
Yeah.
Let's see, Parachute.
Growth. Reserve rights, Badger. Yeah, so if you're watching the stream, say a lot on chat, like if you guys know any of these. Crypto Girl said Hex earlier.
Yeah, she did say Hex, and Mark Cuban's a holder.
Yeah, what's up with that? Interesting. I mean, maybe that was public knowledge.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Everything is public knowledge on the blockchain, and that's what's like so cool about it.
Yeah, I can see. Caleb Brown's like, yeah, I can see how day traders would love to see this.
Yeah. Nice. You can go back to more about the company now. I just wanted to like point out that the dress loaded and
yeah, that's pretty tight. What's that little tiny one on the bottom?
On the bottom, let's see. We've got Flow, which is doing NBA Top Shot.
The flow is tight. Yeah, I was looking at that because I've been developing NFTs for a while, and that blockchain's tight.
Yeah, we have HYVE. Not sure what that is. Sentivate. It's pretty good. I have no idea actually, but it's a cool name.
Liquidity.
Yeah, well, this is based on like the balances. So he's got like.
Well, the liquidity of Hex is about 1.27 million on Uniswap, right?
Yeah, let's see. That's our bird in the background.
I like it. It's aesthetic.
Yeah.
Is there anything like under the hood thing that we can talk about or explore?
Yeah, sure. What?
I could talk about our home site, Quantify Crypto.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, we can talk about. Wow, look at Dogecoin. Yeah, so this is our original site, Quantify Crypto, which this is not a DeFi site. This is just the site we started together, like in the top of the last bull market. But DeFi has been a more recent thing. So that product, DeFi Heatmap, that's our like beta Uniswap product. But this is our like original terminal right here.
Is there, is there a way of seeing like individual wallets, like or unique wallets?
On this one?
Yeah.
No,
I know
there
that's
isn't.
like something that like when I'm looking at a DeFi project, the number of unique wallets is pretty important.
Oh, so for our project, like how many people are using it? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm talking about when you're researching on a DeFi project, the number of unique wallets is always like a really good indicator.
Oh yeah, we've been looking into how to track that. To track that, you actually need a full archive node because you need to track you're talking about like the number of wallets holding a token, right? Or protocol?
For sure, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so you need to check and like scan each and every block to see where those tokens were like transferred from like when the contract was deployed and when every single transfer that happened. And then after you track down every wallet that's interacted with the contract, you need to check each wallet individually to get the balances of that token.
Yeah. So do you run like archival nodes? Like I usually when I'm like trying to like have a dApp or some sort of backend to have an archival node running at least locally.
Yeah. We do not have one, but our node provider is QuickNode, and we can do calls to an archive for them. So if you are looking to get into development, QuickNode is a good way to get started because they give you access to an archive node.
Yeah, but we do have having an archive node on a roadmap. It won't be in the first version of DeFi heat map, but look for that in like the April-May time period.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, Dogecoin is up 192% against BTC today.
Yeah, that was like on the news and whatnot, right? Because everyone was heated on the
everything in about Robinhood because they tried to do a short.
It kind of feels like what Coinbase does sometimes. Coinbase be like, well, you can't really withdraw right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So what happened is that a bunch of big hedge funds shorted GameStop, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they shorted it. They shorted 150% of the total outstanding shares. So there were more shares sold short than there are actual shares of the GameStop stock. So
they're
a
doing
bunch of
margin
people on Reddit, basically everybody on Reddit was like, "Hey, let's go margin call these guys," and they did it. And some hedge fund lost all of their money. They lost about $10 billion. And so, they just called up Robinhood and said, "Hey, get us out of this position. Stop the trading. Don't let people go long anymore." Because, these guys can't close out their position. And if the price just keeps going higher and higher, they take unlimited losses,
Yes.
And so, I think it would be nice if the stock market came to DeFi, because that way, if you're trading on Uniswap, it's a lot of small coins right now, but if the stock market was on Uniswap, you wouldn't be able to press pause, and that kind of market manipulation can't really happen in DeFi.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the thing that we're facing. It's like we have a market cap of all crypto at 1 trillion. The type of money that's involved with, the stock market would blow the price of Bitcoin right off the chain. Like 250,000 Bitcoin is well within the reach of that.
Yeah, I agree. This heat map right here is my favorite coins. So all of the coins I think are good. They're doing pretty well today. I got Near Protocol up 5%. They're good. I just met Cameron, one of their people at the Miami Blockchain Week conference, which is, by the way, an amazing experience.
It was
Miami
cool.
Blockchain Week is great. And so he told me all about Near Protocol and how they basically they have an EVM compatible with their blockchain. So they have a smart contract language in Rust, but it's also EVM compatible. So if you've written a contract on Ethereum, no, I'm talking about Near Protocol.
Oh, Near, okay.
I think we have something written about
chain is that on?
They're their own chain.
They're their own chain? Okay.
Yeah, they're so great. I don't have a good description.
So if you see them on their address, then doesn't that mean that's a token?
This is our original site, Quantify Crypto.
Okay.
This is not a DeFi site. This pulls only from our centralized
screen. Okay.
Yeah. So
okay. I thought they was looking at a portfolio address.
No. This is not looking at a portfolio address. This is just a overall market view of every token. So this is our just screener page. It's a coin market cap thing. This was our actually original page. Dogecoin's up 329% this week. It's got an 89 on the 1 hour RSI, which is very bullish. So with this page, you can sort by what we call a trend algorithm, which is a bunch of exponential moving averages together. So Dogecoin's one of our top coins on our algorithm right now. Compound is also highly rated. Nano, Phantom, Loopring, very good. They have a layer 2 Ethereum exchange. They're great. Digibyte, I like Digibyte a lot. They've got a score 93 right now.
Yeah, Digibyte, they've been heroes for a little bit now.
Yeah. Let's see what else is there. Curve DAO's got a very high score. They recently did something with synthetics to help swap large synths.
Is that pure knowledge stuff?
No. So synthetics lets you trade synthetic assets. Which is a coin. So here I can go to their website, synthetics.exchange, and they offer trading of what are called synths. But they're, and so I can trade synthetic euro, synthetic dollar. It just had the BTC ones.
So this acts like a Ren VM almost.
Kind of like a Ren VM, but it's based on oracles, and they're. Oh, shoot. All right, so here are the good ones. Here. So here we go. I guess we have here they are. So we've got synthetic Binance, synthetic Litecoin, synthetic Bitcoin Cash, Tezos, Cardano, Ripple. So normally, right, on Ethereum, you can't trade Cardano on Uniswap, or can't trade Tezos on Uniswap, or can't trade Litecoin on Uniswap. But you'll be able to trade like a synthetic version of any of these coins that are not native to ETH through the synthetics.io platform.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's this is one of the things we're working on for Quantify Crypto, is that we want because like right here, you know, on this our original website, you can't trade yet because we don't want to say, we don't want to like have the trade widget for like only like half of our coins. We want to, like, you know, if you go onto the coin screener and take a list, we want to only like, we don't want to jip you on any of these coins. We want you to be able to trade all of them, like straight from an Ethereum wallet. That's like one of our goals. And so with synthetics, we're really interested in doing an integration with them, in addition, as like to further build on what we've done with Uniswap.
Great. That's really cool.
Yeah. It looks like Stellar Lumens has done pretty well today. It's like 9%.
Yeah, what's up with Stellar Lumens? What happened with that?
Well, I mean, they're kind of like a fork of Ripple. You know,
with like federated like consensus, right? Is that like?
Yeah. I don't know that much about their consensus algorithm, but there's this coin on it, Pi, which like you can earn just by like downloading the app and you mine it on your phone. And apparently that coin Pi is like a Stellar Lumens token. So like, I don't know, people who I know that aren't even really involved in crypto at all, they are very interested in the Pi token. And yeah, it's not even traded anywhere because I guess Stellar Lumens doesn't have a DEX. But you know, it's a good thing. I can't really see the chat right now. I wonder what you're saying. I guess I'm going to take some questions from the chat.
It doesn't look like chat's like popping off like that. I think that they were like, yeah, why use a trusted third party? You know, talking about Oracle platforms like Zap. There's like, you know, there's lots of near programs was James Well, and we'll be participating in tomorrow's between 6:30 panel on privacy and stablecoins.
Yeah. So all right. So let's talk about some oracles then. Have you ever heard of Dodo DEX before?
For sure. Yeah. Let's look it up.
But I think this is something that Zap could really do well on. This is not it.
Yeah, actually, Zap trades on Dodo right now, so that's pretty good. We just got to add to them. Dodo DEX.
Twitter does not give me the right thing, so I need to go.
Interesting. Let's see.
Yeah, Google is very bad with a Twitter search. They like really hate DeFi. All right, dododex.io. dododex.io. All right, so like the main thing about Dodo is that their concept is a proactive market maker. So
yes.
So in terms of like Zap, right? Dodo uses a Chainlink Oracle, but what I kind of like, what I think myself I would want to use Zap for is to like make my own
Curve.
Yeah, well, Curve, but just get like my own API into the blockchain, and then because this Dodo is powered by a proactive market maker algorithm, So
Yeah.
it uses price oracles to retrieve the accuracy of market prices it puts in. So based on like the price.
Yeah, it looks like there's two price curves, the Dodo or the PMM, and then the Uniswap's AMM. So what we're saying is like that's a predetermined function, and we can actually change those.
Yeah.
So we actually can like express like different movements and not have
Right. Right, but I'm not really like talking about like different movements. I'm more talking like the Dodo exchange trades on a market price, can be traded on a price based on a source from outside of the blockchain, right? Because Zap is an oracle like Chainlink is, right?
Yeah.
And Dodo implements Chainlink. So like where would I go to like get like an off-chain data feed onto the blockchain using Zap?
Actually, most things are like I think most like Chainlink is like price feeds, and you can actually affect the by actually spoken word data and other sources of information that are not like numeric in origin.
Right. But how do I do that with Zap?
Oh well, you just basically change. Actually, what we're doing this third quarter, our user interface will allow you to take the schema from what your feed is, and it can be of any type. So most I think the Chainlink has around 250 oracles, and they are all price oracles. So this can be an actual a link to an IPFS link for and then a schema, so we can actually meter WebSockets and meter REST calls.
Right, but we don't really want a metered one. We just want to be able to like take. I want to take my off-chain data and use it in my own smart contract without doing any kind of metered price call. I just want to get the off-chain data on-chain and use it in a smart contract.
Well, then it would still be metered, but then it would just be all the same price. It wouldn't be a markup,
Right. Oh, so
you would keep a constant. You would still, because basically when anyone is making a call, it costs gas, really.
Right.
So
okay.
We'll just have the time when the actual the update is to control that spend, but that's good.
Okay, so how do we like do you think we could go through that
Yeah, we could definitely go through that. I wouldn't do it on air at the moment, but I would say that what our focus is our user interface is coming out this first quarter, and really that's like the idea behind it. So right now, you would have to have like knowledge of continuous mathematics to create these curves. I'm actually getting a nice like UI, so you actually can just put it there and input the schema to it, and then either you decide to meter or not is up to you.
Yeah, because one of the things I was thinking about is that Robinhood just kind of pulled the plug on all of the stock trading today. So yeah, but if we had an oracle, right, a Zap oracle, not a Chainlink oracle, that was like behind Dodo Advantage, like Dodo Dex quoting stock data, I think that would be like a real killer thing for Zap, just because that would be so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, what we can do, we'll talk right after on how we can implement that immediately.
Yeah, definitely. I just thought, I know, because you're the CTO, I might as well like say that's like my like idea of like what just happened, because this was like a groundbreaking. Oh, go on.
Yeah, so what I want to do is that what later my talk is on is less graphically inclined, but for our have you heard of the hard hat environment?
Hard hat. That's like an Ethereum
virtual machine tool.
It helps develop things for Ethereum.
So what we can do is that we can I'll show you our new Zap DevNet that we've been working with, so we can actually simulate it on your own computer. So we can actually spin up your backend as well.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, because
you're gonna have to have that. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Because that's like kind of like what we're trying to do with the hackathon too, is like what can we do that's super novel and timely. You know, it's a
Yeah.
very timely thing in that I think, you know, I actually don't think Zap is like against like Chainlink in any way. They're just doing something different, and we're just going to be,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, you know, price leading oracles is like one of the many really cool features that
Yeah.
our smart contract like suite, and as we call it, a protocol, because there's like actually there's a lot of really cool things, and it just feels like we're in the 90s, which is kind of cool because
Yeah, it is.
you know we actually have, you know, Bitcoin itself was a for you know, we had all in that constellation. So
Mhm.
yes, so like so yes, you can see that we want to be able to. I've actually gotten a lot of calls with other cryptocurrencies that want to be, you know, listed, and I was like, yeah, this is. I actually talked about synthetics. I talked about a bunch of other different options, and we're all players in the game because we're all super early. Like Dodo Exchange, it's just like we were just listed on them, and it was like, oh wow, it's actually really cool.
Yeah.
And then we can actually just start like experimenting and actually like having, you know, fun with it, because we're at a place now that you know, with development is that actually what we do most of the day is just train more Ethereum programmers, but also people in just traditional programming to like actually get them used to. Because when we talk about like these types of things, we're talking about dApps, we're talking about decentralized applications, which is kind of contra to how a lot of people learn programming. It's like this very rigid dictatorship of knowledge and information, and silos are formed out of this. And distributed applications like this is like it's the natural progression.
Oh wow, it went straight to. Yeah, I agree. I just think it's so cool, like all like the use cases for oracles, like the fact that there's like an exchange that like can trade on an oracle. Like I think that's power, because that's what like imagine if like the stock market traded on these decentralized exchanges through like an exchange like this, where it's just an oracle going to the smart contract doing the trades, and no one can pull the plug on it, you know. And maybe there's like one bridge to the financial system where you have that, you know.
So that's just like a custody. Then that's the other problem with it, is that like when with oracles, then you have custody issues, you know. Like I want to be able to set up like a, you know, my own wallet to trade on, you know, swap. You know, why not?
Yeah.
I have like, you know, I have a provable amount of Tesla, and I can tokenize that and then start trading it. You know, I think that's something that's interesting. But there's just the custody and the provability is basically the two hurdles for that.
Yeah, custody and provability. Yeah, that's
if I was doing like Divi or something, I would have to have a Divi node running. So who's doing that for me? And that's actually why RenVM is really powerful, is now that they actually had liftoff. Like RenVM is like a whole community of people who want to make sure that Bitcoin's around for us to trade it.
Yeah. So I'm just going through Etherscan right now for the screen share and just showing like some cool addresses. So this is actually this address right here. This is Aave, the lending pool.
Yeah.
Let's see what Aave gives us as their address.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all these projects, because like Aave, like on the core of what they're doing on theirs is another bonding curve, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's just a
static bonding curve.
Yeah, it is like a lending. Theirs is for interest rates. So their address is loading right now. So yeah, they have a lot of ETH here in this pool.
Holy.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That makes really a good amount of sense, you know.
Yeah.
You got some Yearn, okay.
Yeah, some YFI, some Wrap Bitcoin, a lot of Wrap Bitcoin, some Republic or Ren, True USD.
That was probably like their stablecoin portfolio.
Yeah, I didn't know True.
Some USDC. Now that's interesting, because a lot of people have those, like those new DeFi products that you are staking USDC, so you can actually generate the token of the product. Like like you've heard of like Barnbridge? You want to pull that?
Yeah. Yeah,
That one was really. That
I have
one was
heard about
like one of
them.
the. If we can look at Barnbridge, holy,
Yeah, do they have an address? Let's look them up.
half Barnbridge. Let's get it. Barn. It's like a barn.
Barnbridge
cow-
governance.
No, it's like a barn. Yeah.
Barnbridge governance children. Let's see.
Let's get a little visualization. That's something that I was looking forward to, like as one of the criterion for the blockchain is like new and innovative ways of looking at the blockchain. You know, as a part of like the hackathon.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I kind of like start out with like an open question. So I kind of want to like, we can see any. Well, where do we find this TVL? Yeah, so I don't know where is there. How do I get into these pools?
How do you get into the pools? I like your bond. You're basically you take your USDC and you bond it. Stocks, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just like looking for the Barnbridge contracts. Like I can't find their address.
I don't think you're connected.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, they're saying they're so they have US. Wait, you go down. It's USDC, DAI, S.
Yes, USC. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you hold all three of those types, then effectively you generate Barnbridge.
Yeah. Yeah, but it also like I'm not seeing the address so I can stake on that. So I like Barnbridge. I met one of their founders, their team members the other day. He's very smart. Like this is all. Yeah, there's a lot of nice people at the Miami Blockchain Week. It's a very, very good put together event. So I don't know, I cannot connect to this wallet, but
I think you just skipped the last step of the process.
Damn, I thought I clicked connect, but it did not.
Yeah, I caught that, but I was like, I don't know. Will he notice?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got to enable it, and you add that USDC and the DAI and the SUSD. It's really tight.
It'd be nice if they showed their address to the. Yeah, this is like the ability to copy this.
Yeah, you know what? I think let's see. I think that we don't actually have to show how it works. I think that it's just more about like, let's just give people the idea to understand what it is.
Yeah, well, I thought I was just gonna try to find their address and look up their address.
Oh yeah, if you Google search for it, just say Barnbridge. It should tell you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find like the address of their pool, but I guess I can't. Synthetics. Yeah, what other people are? What else are people saying in the chat?
No, I don't really see any more people in chat, so I don't think we.
Yeah. So, Hey Bud says, are there APIs? Yeah, Quantify Crypto does have APIs. Like Billionaire 7777 says, like Zap wrapping Divi to eDivi. A summary of the Polis guys. We are looking for merchants, but we are waiting for the new protocol. They've been saying that for the past 4 AMAs. Hopefully, this will be better news tomorrow. Caleb Brown says it's going to blow people's minds when they realize what they can do with Zap Tech. And yeah, it will blow people's minds. I think it's really great. I think the number one thing that the blockchain needs is real world data, and Zap is going to be great. And he also says exactly the strongest DeFi system is when no one can pull the plug. Yep, and that's the key really. Is once we can get the way to trade stocks is not there. It's so sketchy that Robinhood was able to do that
That
stuff.
was definitely sketchy. I heard about that, and I don't even trade on Robinhood, and I'm like, oh
yeah,
wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Block Babe says, "Hey Alex," and hello. I guess that's
Alex.
All
Yeah.
right.
And Hans.
Anna says that Near Protocol is James Waugh and will be participating in tomorrow's 6:30 panel on privacy and stablecoins. So yeah, if you want to learn more about Near Protocol, 6:30 p.m. panel tomorrow.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, we actually have Near coming on. That was actually one of the bigger things. That was
Yeah. All right. Doesn't look like there's. All right. So I guess that's all that there is in the chat.
Yeah, we can take.
All right. Is there any? We can take a break. I mean, I know it was supposed to go to 4:30, but I kind of want to see like what else is there to talk about. I mean, there's so much going on. Like, just
Okay, well, like I
anything.
guess like when you're thinking about you know, I guess that we're talking about like unstoppable applications. You know, where do those things live? Because I think like when I first started learning like about Ethereum, I was learning like all these different Medium articles on like creating like chess games. You know, like you know, if one player just throws the table and just like I'm out of here, you know, the table is the entire Ethereum chain. Can't do that. You know, you may, you know, shut down the actual website that runs it, but like all the more like I guess mission critical information is saved on the blockchain than that type of I guess decentralized application like shines.
Yeah.
You know? So like I don't know. If you how would you try to solve the custody of something like holding GameStop shares? How does that even work? Can I buy a share and then I can like have a paper document of it, or
I think it would be something like what USDC does as their stablecoin. So you'll have a regulated entity that takes like says, oh, this token is representative of $1 in a bank account. So some entity that like custodies stocks right now would have the ability to take deposits of those stocks. So like if you have a normal brokerage account, you'd be able to like deposit your asset-backed tokens that like is a stock at that brokerage. If that makes sense, you know, the way that you can redeem a USDC for a dollar in a bank account, you should be able to have an ERC20 equity like Microsoft token that you can redeem at a brokerage house. That will be like really killer.
that would be really tight because like I guess they're a trusted party or someone that can lock up those assets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't need to be like fully decentralized because like, you know, USDC is not fully decentralized. It just gives you the ability to trade a real world asset on the blockchain. And I think that's like the most important thing.
Trust comes from, you know, figuring out who has the custody. You know, you can just it's a symbol of the ownership of something. So you're like, oh, I have Tesla. You know, these Tesla now are Tesla because they're backed on their existence of someone holding the certificate somewhere. You know, there's a lot of things that have to do with that. Which is like kind of like thinking of like what like a secondary currency is. So wouldn't their actual supply of like if I bought something like Tesla have to have a secondary supply currency that's with it? Since you're like saying this is the whole supply of what is a part of you know, something that you're trying to trade against.
Well, I think the way it would work is you know, a stock exchange has the supply now where you can trade. And so I guess you would have a way for when someone like, for example, you can mint a USDC coin by like sending them a wire transfer of money from your bank account, and then they'll mint you the coins. So I would think you have an entity that can then mint like the stock as like tokens. That's like a Fidelity or an E-Trade or someone like will say, oh, I'd like to withdraw from my Fidelity account as like an ERC20. This is like a long way off, but I think that's like how it would like work, something like that.
Just having them have that flexibility would be an issue. Or from
yeah, it would be.
Do you see that like happening, or what's the road to that?
What is the road to that? Well, so there was someone told me about this thing called Mirror Protocol, which does an Oracle based like stocks.
Okay.
It was Mirror.finance. They basically, it's a mirror protocol. It's like a synthetic asset, kind of like SNX, but it's it's interesting because I think like people DeFi wasn't really that much about like a tokenized stock. That wasn't really like a thing that people were talking about. But now that like Robinhood like pulled their bullshit, like that happened this morning, and it's so crazy because it just like further reinforces that like doing DeFi on Ethereum is like the right track. It's like
what? Okay, so look, what are we buying? GameStop?
I don't know. Is there M GameStop? I
I
mean,
think there's GameStop. Yeah.
yeah, I think they made an M GameStop. I think we got shit.
I guess it's not giving me. It's not really giving me good.
Yeah.
How can you search that, Justin?
Yeah, because that's like it's f.mirror.finance.
What's it called?
f.mirror.finance.
You give me the. Let me see your screen. Where are you at?
I'm at here. You see my screen? There's Mirror, Google,
Okay.
and Netflix, and Twitter, and Vixie, and USO, and UST, and Apple, and AMZN. I don't see any M GameStop, MGME. There is no MGME, maybe, but
Okay. Now I'm starting to get it.
yeah. So yeah,
So these are
I think
liquidity pool tokens. So okay, so you actually have to hold both of these, and then you would be created. You would get ME. Is that what this is saying?
that's what this is saying. Yeah, let's see. If we can,
This is using UST. Okay.
there's no GameStop token yet, but
Really?
yeah, no, but they do have U.S. stocks here, which I think this is like, this is going to be way more appealing than
Better than Netflix. So who has who owns these, and how do we know that this MVixie is tied to it?
So this is has the UST mirror stablecoin. So mirror protocol allows the creation of synthetics, kind of like the NFTS page I was showing earlier with like the SLTC, LSBCH, SBNB. So you mint a mirror asset. An issuer must lock up 150% of the asset value in Terra stablecoins or M assets as collateral. If the value of the assets rises above the collateralization threshold, the collateral is liquidated to guarantee solvency of the system. To target the price of the asset, the system reads the asset price via a decentralized price oracle.
Okay. So you're actually, instead of you're actually just putting the actual USDT to it. So it's not backed up by anything but the USDT.
Yeah, this is actually backed only by USDT, but you could do another different one that's like backed by USDC or backed by an actual stock potentially.
Okay, that makes sense now. Very cool.
Yeah, because do you guys have another one on to go on to? Because I know I was told 4:30 is my cutoff.
Yes, sir. I actually have everything set up.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. No, it was really fun to talk to you, and I think that your tool looks pretty cool. and we can looking forward to seeing its development and using it, because it was actually
yeah. I look forward to like talking more about Zap and getting into like, you know, because I think it would be really cool if Zap was used for like as the provider of like one of these like Oracle
sure.
or synthetic assets. I think that was like, you know, that's really the number one thing with the oracles is like creating an on blockchain asset that trades based on an off chain price feed. That's gonna be really
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, let's just get in contact with me and via Discord. Let me see. I'll type it in my private chat here, and then
yeah.
yeah, this is my Discord. Hit me up, and then we'll talk about making cool stuff.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I'll catch you later. I'm gonna
Catch you later, and we're gonna do a quick break. I'll talk to you in a bit. All right.
talk to you in a bit.
Welcome back. We are live from the Bitcoin Mansion in Miami. Cheers, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. And up next, we have Pavel Krypchenkov, author and cryptographer, speaking about cryptography, advanced cryptography. What was he speaking?
Yes, indeed. How was my sound? Okay, seems that's good. Okay, I'll be sharing my screen and presentation. Screen. Good. Share. Good. I hope everybody sees my screen, and luckily myself too. So I'll be talking about like cryptography and blockchain, and this topic will be interesting for developers, for people who are interested in cryptography, who want to know more about these things work. Basically, for anyone who is involved in blockchain but wants to understand like some foundations and principles behind the all these concepts. A little bit about myself. I've got PhD in cryptography. I was developer in some companies, like project manager. In 2015, I went to Silicon Valley. I joined Stellar, and then my life completely changed. So I also used to work in Singapore as a cryptographer, and since the end of 2014, so for more than 6 years already, I'm a co-founder of Distributed Lab, doing what CEO job currently. We are 70 plus people. We are doing a lot of research and development in blockchain space, such as like consulting and R&D. And our goal is to build financial internet. That's the final like thing. But I'll be talking about this a little bit later. So as a team, we've done quite a lot of things, like in research, participation, hackathons. I've been virtually like everywhere, basically except Miami. But hopefully we'll be there this year. We have a product. We're talking about this later. And we've published like 5 books about blockchain. 3 of them are officially recognized as textbooks in Ukraine, and 2 one about financial internet, one about how to build financial platforms. Then our agenda will be that first, so to say, anything you want to know about crypto and blockchain, some pieces of like advice why to use blockchain, a little bit about like ICO and utility tokens, like criticism and rationals, and then we'll talk about tokenization, about crypto assets in general, and about smart contracts and how they are related to cryptography also. Okay, so the map is that we'll be talking about blockchain, about cryptography, consensus, cryptocurrency, some about like key management and smart contracts and utility security tokens. First, cryptography. For those who don't know cryptography, it's sometimes like some mystical area of usage of like mathematics, and it's kind of sometimes it's weird. So you can do things that you wouldn't yourself imagine, like for example, like zero knowledge proofs look completely crazy, as well as like homomorphic encryption. Other things are more or less like straightforward, such as like encryption. Yes, kids, people used like some very simple encryption in their messages, mixing letters or doing some kind of basics of steganography, so to say. The basic concept of cryptography is existence of one-way function, which means that doing calculations one way is very easy, but calculating the input from the result is extremely hard. So without one-way functions, the cryptography wouldn't be possible. And then the second thing is that certain one-way functions, they have keys. So the with the key, calculation of the input having the result becomes easy. And this is used in encryption and digital signature. One of the best examples of one-way function is hash function, which is just a digital fingerprint for some data. And hash function is extensively used in all the, so to say, blockchain applications underneath. There are many standards for it, but for now, it matters that it exists. And then we have a concept of a public and private key, which means that you use different keys to encrypt the message and decrypt it, and you use different keys to sign the message and verify the signature. So yeah, this is basic concepts. And zero knowledge proofs, these are certain mathematical algorithms that allow you to prove that you know certain data, for example, the key, without revealing the key itself. So you can even prove in some cases that you paid taxes without telling how much or to whom or to something like that. Okay, we have quite a lot of myth in cryptography, again, from people who don't fully understand it. And the first one, I was specifically asked to address this one about quantum computers, that quantum computer will break all cryptography in Bitcoin or crypto. And immediately, this is a myth. So indeed, there are cryptographic functions that are obsolete or will become obsolete as soon as quantum computers appear. But it doesn't mean that all cryptography will be obsolete. So the problem that Bitcoin will face, first of all, will be even more dangerous for the banking crypto, because Bitcoin has already certain levels of protection through quantum computers. So if you didn't use your UTXO, nothing will happen. But the second thing is that as soon as we will be close to quantum computers, there are already plenty of quantum cryptographic algorithms that that are not vulnerable and that can be implemented in Bitcoin or other crypto. So it is about it's like Bitcoin uses SHA-2 hash function and MD5, and so to say, SHA-1 hash function is considered to be weak and could be broken already with existing computing capacity, which means that the creator of Bitcoin has selected the hash function that is more or less that is secure, up to date, and didn't take the unsecure function. So the same process will happen with time, so they will be updated. The second myth is that the public key itself needs no protection. It's kind of, that's a myth. So even if public keys need a lot of protection. So just a simple example: when somebody is sending you crypto, you have to tell them the address from Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other crypto. And if you send it through some messenger and this messenger is not secure, so the address can be substituted. So the crypto could come to the address of adversary. So this is the easiest problem. So in an ideal world, you have to sign your address with some digital signature, or you need to use the second channel to verify that the recipient got the same key, that the same address that you've sent them. You can use phone, or you can use like 2 messengers. So if you don't trust any of them, you send your address through 2 channels, and if they match, then it's fine. Yeah, unless your all messengers broken, then yeah, it'll be fine. Then you should never write your own cryptography unless you're a cryptographer with 30+ years of experience and working in the research organization. And many people did this mistake. They tried to build their own stuff, and that's hard. Checking the sound just in case, because I don't hear any feedback. Okay, then the next thing is that people think, oh, if we use encryption, we are secure. No, encryption is just one small piece from the variety of methods that are available, again, such as digital signatures, zero-knowledge proofs, and other protocols, or key exchange, and so on and so forth. And majority of breaks didn't happen because of weak cryptography, but first of all, because of like social hacking. Your passwords are written somewhere. Second, that could be that the protocols are not secure, like key exchange, some other stuff, and only then it's about real cryptography. So definitely, if you use encryption, it's not just a panacea, it's just one building block. You have to be aware. And people also believe that cryptography is always safe. Again, every 10 years, you should more or less change the algorithms that you are using, because new ones appear and old one becomes obsolete for some reason, whether it's not not vulnerable to computational capacity, or some errors are discovered, bugs, etc. Okay, then we come to decentralization, which is, there is a nice picture. I didn't omit it here. Everybody knows that. But decentralization is much deeper than just having many components in different places. Decentralization, the deep one, means that a lot of processes, such as like governance, identity management, asset management, communication, storage, computation, and audit, are decentralized. Plus, on top of that, you need a social, social consensus, or social decision making, also decentralized. So one of the example, like Bitcoin is considered to be decentralized, so to say Ethereum as well. But what if somebody, and we had these situations, takes the full fork of Bitcoin and does all the mining themselves, replicates all the transactions, simulates all the activity, but runs it on a single server? It's easy to imagine, and in that case, you have full code of Bitcoin. You can simulate to run it on a few machines. You simulate the activity, but it's not a decentralized system at all. So it's and many people accused some Bitcoin forks, and not only Bitcoin, that governance is not decentralized, that in reality, like all the processing of transactions, all the mining happens on one server, or so to say. And it shows the problem that even if all criteria from on the surface are met, it doesn't mean the system is decentralized. So decentralization is a very hard price. It should be achieved, with gradually. So when Satoshi launched Bitcoin, it wasn't decentralized. Well, a few people running that. I mean, it became decentralized, which is a great achievement, and so to say, luck. But we need to think always about governance, identity management, asset management, communication, storage, processing of transactions, and audit. And social consensus, super important thing. So there are also certain myths like about decentralization. And first is like, what if we decentralize storage and transaction processing, that it's enough? No, it's not enough, because governance is a super, super important thing. Usually it fails here. So many of you, I'm pretty sure, know about crypto projects that have very strong founder. And when something happens with the founder, or yeah, some decisions come to their mind, then the whole project is diverted or stopped to be developed. Second myth is quite surprising for such an audience, is that decentralized systems will replace centralized. It's definitely a myth, because it's like saying that the square will be replaced by a circle, because circle can be used as a wheel. So, yeah, and square cannot, can build car using squares. So each system, each approach has its own application, and like you need to first analyze the environment, build a security model, and only then see what you can apply here. So many people in 2017 believed that all organizations have to switch to blockchain and have to run their transactions on blockchain because it's more secure and so on. But the simplest example, what if you have a warehouse that stores like tomatoes, and somebody convinced them to move to public blockchain, decentralized and so on. And will the token that representing the like 1 kilo of tomatoes more secure than the paper receipt? An answer is very interesting. Like, if tomatoes are rotten or they're stolen, that the token has no additional value compared to piece of paper, because the risks are completely outside of technological system. So only in systems where multiple participants can truly run the whole thing and verify all the data, like in Bitcoin, for example, it has no physical touch, then it makes full sense. But if we're talking about the system which requires trust, and again, the tomatoes, like some asset is not stolen, rotten or whatever, only like these systems can enjoy centralized approach, and to be truly fine. Although they can use private blockchain, or they can use cryptography, it can use the APIs and open APIs and so on and so forth. So basically, it's about, again, the second side of the scale is people say, oh, blockchain is not needed in traditional systems because it doesn't add any value. And the answer is also no. Like like cryptography will be needed everywhere, and blockchain is the way to organize like transactions and data, and also could be used in quite a lot of traditional things. And last thing is, like, decentralized systems are all similar, which kind of forced people to invest in, so to say, an asset class. So we'll touch this question later, but they meant that, okay, all tokens are more or less the same asset class. Let's take top 20, invest, and let's see. For those who think like that, look at the top 20 in 2013. You'll see that majority will just die. They're not just slower, they're obsolete. Okay, one thing that allows you to, maybe not you, but if you kind of explain to your friends the decentralization, the best example that they found is like a card game. When I often explain like Bitcoin, and people at the end ask me, oh, but what if Satoshi changes rules? Or what if they print more Bitcoins? Or what if they do this? Or what if they do what? And I ask them, like, who will do that? And say, like, the creators or those who manage the system. And then I provide them with example, like, look at the card game. Everybody played card games. Like, can the creator of poker change the rules of poker sitting at home? Like, do you even know who created poker? I say, like, no. But can the creator affect rules in a particular game? No. Can the creator substitute cards or print more cards? No. Can the creator, even if the creator is playing at the table, do they have an advantage? Like, not really. But how the transactions are processed? Like, people together who sit on the table look at what's going on. And if they see that some rules are, broken, somebody is using more cards than they should, it's just a social consensus at the table, and people exclude that participant. And this is a truly decentralized system. Just when digitized, it becomes really efficient. So that's all the essence about Bitcoin and blockchain. It's like how the transactions are verified by many participants, and how the rules established at some moment of time in the past can be followed and verified by people now. That's the essence. And one thing to just attach it to, so to say, digital assets, I put here a scale which shows that decentralization can have multiple levels, and all these systems are needed, and all systems have their own benefits and drawbacks. So, for example, like cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin has quite advanced level of decentralization, but I think we'll see other type of cryptocurrency that is even more decentralized, that uses mesh network. Mesh network which is not controlled by internet service providers, where applications are not installed through like Google or Facebook or like Apple or Microsoft, but can truly work in such a network. And there are already systems that have certain features. So, for example, one of the feature of the fully decentralized system would be that the fact of the transaction is not obvious to the observer. So the transaction happens, but nobody knows that it happened. So to such an extent, like Monero and Zcash, and Mimblewimble have this function. And on the other side of the scale, we have like digital ownership, which again could be, I can have a digital warehouse receipt from the tomato warehouse, and we don't need really decentralization here. We need just the proof that this receipt is mine and it was issued by the warehouse. Then we have reconciliation between a few parties, also decentralized. Then we have kind of tokenization of real assets. We have voting, which could be like countrywide, and you'll need many nodes to kind of do counting. So different ways of decentralization. And we as a company, we build all of these things. I mean, when clients ask, and we specifically apply different tools, for that. So the next topic would be consensus. It's a very important topic, which often leads to like myth, and which leads to if somebody just learns like Solidity and haven't seen anything else in their life, it would be very hard to imagine that like other concepts exist and they're also useful. So there are a few types of consensus. In general, like the most generic types are proof of work, proof of like kind of proof of stake, and variations like DPoS, proof of importance, proof of authority. To a certain extent, they also kind of a stake. Then we have federated Byzantine agreement and BFT. just Byzantine fault tolerant, PBFT. So the one myth that I would suggest here is that many people say that this consensus is better than something else. And this is not true. It's just the conditions in which this consensus operate are different. And that's why they need different things. It's like asking what is better, apples or pies. And peers, the question doesn't make sense. It depends for whom and what kind of vitamins you're looking for, or taste, or something like that. So the proof of work, to a certain extent, can be shown through an example of like citizens that want to vote for what to do next with their houses, whether to install the fence, or fix the roof, or do something else, and they need to vote. But this voting will happen through some work which can be completely unrelated to what they're voting for. So, for example, they do a lottery. They kind of use the tram, and they take tickets, and whoever ticket has the lowest number has the right to suggest a decision for the particular problem of the day. So if I go to the tram and I buy a ticket that has 3 zeros, 6 zeros, I won today. And they all kind of compete on this. It's basically exactly how Bitcoin works. And whoever buys more tickets has the bigger chance of taking the lowest number, the ticket with the lowest number, and therefore has the higher chance of suggesting what should they fix that day, which problem should they solve. And that's why it's called proof of work. So you need to invest more money to increase your chance of winning. Even if you're buying 100 tickets and somebody else is buying just 1 ticket, it's not 100% win. It means that you have 100% chance more than somebody else, and obviously there are others in winning, but you don't have an absolute proof. So Bitcoin uses this method because it's hard to trick. So Bitcoin uses solving mathematical puzzles for which you don't have an efficient algorithm. You need to use brute force. It's like similar to buying these tickets with money. The second algorithm is more like voting of stakeholders in some company, so board directors meeting. So whoever has more bigger stake in the company has higher chance of solving or of suggesting a decision or doing something. And obviously, if people kind of group together, they have a higher chance. But even if somebody has just 1% of the stake, at some moment he will be hurt as well. So it's not a voting with the power. It's more like how do we distribute the chance of somebody suggesting the decision for the problem. So that's how proof of work works. And the important thing is that in cryptocurrencies, proof of stake means that you have to deposit and freeze your internal coins in order to participate in such consensus algorithm. And the last is 2 algorithms on one page, and one is FBA. FBA algorithm is Federated Byzantine Agreement, allows you to reach consensus within very large group of people who don't know each other, and they only know some people. But if people have intersections in their relationships, eventually algorithm allows you to spread the consensus along the bigger group. So you need to know only a few people, you need to trust them, to a certain extent and validate, and they know other people, and that's how, if these relationships intersect, trust circles, then you can reach global consensus. So you can think about this in a case when like all notaries in the country, they support together a land registry. So each notary knows like other 5 notaries, and each of that 4 knows somebody else, also some groups. They form some groups and they reach consensus. And BFT means that you need to have a small group, limited group, which is usually fixed. And everybody in the group knows each other and they need to reach consensus. In the condition that somebody might be tricking them. So this is what's going on in BFT consensus. You need a limited group of people who trust each other. And obviously it's the most efficient algorithm because you have limited amount of connection. So if to sum up, then proof of work allows you to work with unlimited amount of like consensus participants that don't trust each other completely. Then proof of stake let you work with unlimited amount of participants that to a certain extent trust each other because they see the stakes and they see the consistency in voting. You have some algorithms that protect the information about who owns the stake, like Ouroboros, but it's more like new stuff. Then FBA, Federated Byzantine Agreement, allows you to reach consensus in the large group where people have identity but don't trust big group, but trust only small group, and this small groups intersect. And the BFT works in the case where everybody knows each other and they, so to say, trust each other and can punish each other. Okay, then we'll shortly review the security model concept, and we'll talk about the weakest link concept, confidentiality, integrity, accessibility, non-repudiation, and the importance of the key. So quickly come through this. These concepts are very important for blockchain projects. Yes, for all cryptography projects in general. So the first one is the weakest link concept, which means that the system security is characterized but not by the strongest security tool, but the weakest. So it's the easiest example is like the house, which is built from wood, and you installed on this very strong like steel door. So this door can maintain the explosion. But then if you have this house from wood, it could be easily burned, or intruder can come through the window, so to say. So it doesn't matter how strong is the door. It matters how strong is the weakest component. The second is that like it's concept called CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility. These 3 features of information of security are super important, and they're completely different and use different like tools to protect themselves. So confidentiality is about protection of information from unauthorized person access. Integrity is about like how do we control that some information was changed or deleted or is coming from untrusted source. And accessibility is one of the things that underestimated is like how do we ensure that information that is important can be accessed. So what if we have super critical information, but then the server with it doesn't work? So the importance of this information just is diminished. Then the other piece is non-repudiation. Also, like important thing is like how do we prove that somebody did something in the system, whether it's administrator, or it's maybe a user, you need to have a proof that yeah, it's about like identity. Then the last piece of security model is that the whole system can be completely transparent, like open source, all the algorithms described, even communication between system modules is monitored by hackers. But if key remains secret, then the system should be secure. So this concept was introduced like a few decades ago, and it completely changed the perception of secure systems and led to development of truly secure ones. So because many people believe that if they obfuscate the code, or if they keep the algorithms in secret, or develop the encryption algorithms themselves, it will add more security. Not at all. So they should stay with the model of transparency and the secrecy of the key. Then a few myths. So if somebody spends a lot of on security, then they're safe. It's not, true, because they can spend on the wrong piece. Yeah, as we saw in the example of the door. Or if the company uses firewall, I mean, again, it's just one piece. Or if somebody doesn't know the security mechanism. So these pieces, this myth, are very dangerous. So you should stick to the kind of important part of confidentiality, integrity, accessibility, thinking about the like reliable algorithms that can maintain the secrecy of the key, the private key, and everything else is just entourage. Okay, we're coming to blockchain piece. We're thinking about like what's important in here. And first, I would say terminology. Like everybody knows about that, but I will just do like a common ground. So blockchain is a secure method to store and synchronize data between parties who don't trust each other. And which means that blockchain is not even a technology, it's like more like a method. And if the parties synchronize it within the trusted, more or less, so to say, trusted environment, it doesn't mean they don't use blockchain. They don't need to use blockchain. They should. It just there will be a special consensus algorithm, special cryptography from the one that is used in Bitcoin. So in any use case where people do not fully trust each other and need to communicate and need to synchronize some data, they will be eventually using blockchain. So that's what I believe will happen. That's why I bet on this space a lot, because I think it's hugely underestimated, the role of blockchain in general. So there are many myths, again, about blockchain. First is like it's slow and requires a lot of energy. I will be quick. It applies only to Bitcoin, or only to current cryptocurrencies that are using proof of work. They indeed are slower and use a lot of energy, but it's for a reason. They achieve certain security level that others cannot achieve. And security, not just unbreakable ciphers and signatures, but about like true, like decentralized decision making, which cannot be achieved in currencies that use like sort of BFT algorithm, such as like Ripple, which is not fully cryptocurrency in full sense. Then people believe that blockchain is immutable by itself, like for some like magical reason. It's also not true, because immutability comes with the context. It's not about just mathematical thing. Then people think that data in blockchain is always correct because it's checked by everyone. Nothing is far from the truth. You can add to blockchain random data or some, stupid things. Everybody will check it, but don't have the ability to check the essence of the data, only the numbers. The laymen believe that any blockchain is vulnerable to 51% attack. Again, it's only to crypto that have algorithms that have the proof of work, specific proof of work algorithm, or proof of stake that is 51% to say vulnerable. Many people think that any blockchain needs miners, even if they build private blockchain, who will mine my chain? These questions appear from the poor understanding of what consensus is. We talked already about that quantum computer will kill blockchain. So short comment, no, it won't. And that blockchain for centralized databases is no better. Like blockchain for enterprises is no better than centralized database. We'll touch this piece. And the last thing that I've seen, that any blockchain requires their own coin or needs an ICO. So these were my top that I've encountered. I'll be very quick on why do we need blockchain at all, like in any particular use case. And the answer is that currently the data that comes from any source can be truly trusted. It's hard to validate. So with papers, we already established people already established some protocols. So the paper needs to have some signatures or other symbols on it, and then it could be somehow be verified. With digital, usually it's like you see digital piece of digital data and that's it. And with blockchain, you can truly build system where you can validate the data and see where it's coming from, who issued it, and that it wasn't changed on the way. So eventually, using blockchain, you can build a single source of truth for many participants that have to cooperate. So Bitcoin is indeed the example of this single source of truth, where millions of people have access to the same version of the ledger real time. And eventually, any blockchain-based system can become a foundation for settlement. So you don't need to use some manual approach, semi-manual to settle financial data or something else. Like blockchain itself is the algorithm for settlement. It's like email protocol encapsulates the delivery component and many others. You don't need to think about that. Regarding the war blockchain versus centralized database, I have some arguments that like even for centralized use case, you still have a lot of benefits, such as like trustless real-time audit, such as integrity control, robustness, accessibility, non-repudiation, and distributed decision making. So all these pieces, if you try to achieve them with a centralized database, you will eventually build blockchain, your own version. So it's kind of centralized database on steroids, which not just database, but the system to maintain such things as integrity and non-repudiation, robustness, and so on and so forth. So it's truly a progress. So as I mentioned before, blockchain is helpful not just for cryptocurrencies, but also for centralized things. I'll probably skip the problems because I wanted to come up with I'll just read the title. So business problems that blockchain helps to solve is like trustless registers of ownership, identity management, secure reconciliation, trustless decision making, and trustless audit. These are things that are most likely to embed blockchain, as well as like timestamping. And I think that blockchain will be heavily used in supply chain management, in public registries, in reconciliation, in voting, and decentralized trading. These are, I would say, use cases that will be transformed really fast. Okay, we'll skip the auction part. Okay, a few words about cryptocurrency, because, super important. We have time that's short. So cryptocurrency, it's a digital asset management system where you have like 8 processes decentralized. The processes that we talked before, such as like audit, processing of transactions, such as storage, and the identity management, governance, and so on and so forth. So as soon as you have digital asset management systems where you decentralize all these things, you can think about your system as a cryptocurrency. Also, it should be permissionless, so you don't have anyone who you need to ask the permission to initiate the transaction, or nobody can stop the transaction from execution. It's a super important property, and actually it's the single criteria that tells you that it's cryptocurrency. It's closely related to censorship resistance. So if you have a something, crypto, so to say, system, and it's not censorship resistant and not permissionless, it's definitely not a cryptocurrency. So by this definition, XR Ripple is not cryptocurrency. It's a digital asset management system, but it's not a cryptocurrency. And last thing important, that in cryptocurrency, like everybody involved in everything, so everyone can become an auditor or validator or a storage provider and participant in decision making. So there is no like ranks, so to say. There are many myths about, again, cryptocurrency. And one of the funniest and the first is that like CoinMarketCap lists cryptocurrencies only because you have multiple asset classes there, and most of them have nothing to do with cryptocurrency at all. So they could be digital assets, digital stocks, and so on and so forth. The second is like a coin means token, means cryptocurrency, just a naming problem. So the coin and token are more like, coin is a layman term, token is more like a technical term, and cryptocurrency is like, I would say the new paradigm in currencies. And people believe that cryptocurrencies will replace all intermediaries. Not all, but only some. We don't have time, unfortunately, to talk about all of that. We addressed already the myth that the creator of a decentralized system can print more, change the rules, control the system. Not at all. And the last one is more funny, that people believe that the crypto price will always be growing. Even though it wasn't like that, some people say no, but the long term, it will be growing because it's scarce and because it's crypto. It's not true. The price is affected by supply and demand. So it's only if the cryptocurrency, a particular currency, is used more and more and more, then it will be growing. If no, it will be stagnating. So if tomorrow we have much better Bitcoin, then original Bitcoin will price will decline. Or if less people will be using it for some reason. So it definitely has so the inflation has nothing to do with that. It's just one factor that affects supply and demand. And the last thing depicts the again interesting situation that currently most of the decentralized systems are accessed through fully centralized systems, such as Google and Microsoft and Apple, and it's problem that they can shut down whole networks by closing down access to them. A few important things about like what Bitcoin has taught financial industry in general and IT community. And my favorite is that until now, people believe that in order to protect a database, like a bank or some financial system, you have to maintain the physical security. You need to have firewalls. You need to have security administrators and some other physical like walls, and only then it will be secure. And like many people are still living in the paradigm of security perimeter and saying that secure systems should not have open APIs or should not be open source. The Bitcoin showed that this point of view is obsolete. Bitcoin is open source, fully transparent, has zero security administrators, no firewalls, and at the same time, you cannot come and steal all the Bitcoins from Bitcoin network. You can attack an exchange, it's true, but you cannot steal, attack the Bitcoin network in such a way. So it shows the like power of cryptography that protects the integrity of accounting system and prevents attackers from doing bad things. It's just many other applications, banking, finance, and registries can enjoy the same level of security if they use these things, such cryptography. That's why we always have a lot of job, because we'll be substituting the expensive measurements, consume a lot of like manpower. We'll substitute with cryptography. So exciting times are coming. And this is why many organizations are still employing the concept of security perimeter, like a secure organization where you cannot come with your own flash drive. You use only dedicated computer. Now these things obsolete. You like need to use like a new concept. Like the COVID showed that now everybody has to work from their homes, from their devices, and you cannot protect it just by having VPN or something like that. You need to use some other methods. Okay, we have just 1 minute left. I guess I will be wrapping up. So we have a lot of material, but it's bad that time is left. So I'll show one last slide about some classification of digital assets. That you have cryptocurrencies, you have like digital currencies, which could be auditable or could be non-auditable. Auditable could be like Ripple, non-auditable like PayPal. You have tokenized assets such as like Tether. You have digital assets in general, which could be not be auditable, and you have very few real cryptocurrencies. Although I have nothing to do, nothing. There's nothing wrong with like XRP, for example. They're just, for example, building the ecosystem where their asset is a transactional one, so the currency. So every country effectively trying to put their currency and maintain their exchange rate. So there will be communities like online games which will introduce their own currencies and will be acting the same way as XRP, for example. Okay, my time is up. On the you see my email. It's pavel@distributeдлab.com. If you have any questions or commercial projects, anything we do, we teach a lot. Our books are on Amazon, some lectures on YouTube, and we do a lot of R&D in this space. So thank you for your time. Sending hi to Miami, Wishing good luck to all hackathon participants. This I did a translation into Clubhouse as well, so just for first time using it. Let's see. Thank you whoever participated in the lecture.
Thank you so much, Pavel. That was a fantastic lecture on advanced cryptography. Next up, we have Brock Pierce, which I'm very excited about. He is not only a presidential candidate from 2020, a serial entrepreneur, and a political philanthropist. So without further ado, welcome Brock Pierce.
Hi, thank you for having me. Good to be here. I wish I was in Miami with you in person. I look forward to that next year.
Yes, definitely. And I know that you also were just on a panel for the North American Bitcoin Conference.
I gave a speech there, but it was recorded 2 days ago. So sorry.
Awesome. Well, we're good friends with them over there, so we love to see you on both. So I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to just jump right in. And Brock, I'd love to learn more about your experience in this past year. I know that you quickly were able to put together a campaign and get yourself on the ballot in many states for the presidential election. And we'd love to learn more about that experience and specifically how difficult it is for independent candidates to go through that process.
Yeah, so my running for president in last year's election clearly was not an attempt at winning. It was an exploratory mission to understand the mechanics of the system, obviously for future use. I'd say my basic training was complete. And this is a very dangerous way to learn the mechanics. Most people would take a bottoms up sort of approach. To jump right into the top is, it can be very dangerous. Again, you're stepping into the ultimate arena. It's the ultimate ring of fire. You can lose your life, your liberty, your reputation, all sorts of things. It's a very high stakes game. And I came out unscathed. Actually came out without making enemies on either side, which I might be one of the only presidential candidates to pull that off. Set a bunch of records, got onto a bunch of ballots. But to tell you one of the things I've learned, and yes, the system is rigged, and I'm going to give you one stat that summarizes or illustrates it without me having to tell you about everything that I've learned, which would take hours. But to run for president of the United States as a Democrat or a Republican, you need 25,000 petitions or signatures. As an independent candidate, you need 700,000. And the numbers keep going up.
That's absolutely insane. I like to say a lot that the two major parties in this country don't agree on much, but stifling an independent voice seems to be one of them.
No doubt. And as Americans, I believe that we need more choices, and I'm happy to do the work to figure out how to do it. It's not a long list of people that know, which is why you have to have a trial run. You have to learn the mechanics of the system. You can't viably run for this office without learning the ropes first.
Absolutely. And I think the American people are ready for someone that doesn't sequester them into believing one person that they're kind of forced to agree with represents their voice. So I'm very excited to see what is happening with your campaign in the future. I'd like to shift now. We've had a very explosive or dynamic year in voting. And I know that you are a big proponent of voting on the blockchain. Can you talk more about that and how important that is to help secure elections in the future?
Yeah, the integrity of our democratic process has clearly been called into question, and a pretty sizable number of Americans have concerns. And so one of the things that I'm always excited to share is that we made history in this election. The first ballot or vote cast for a presidential candidate in a general election using blockchain happened in this last election in Utah County. And it was for me, of all people, utilizing the Votes platform. And
Incredible.
that vote was done from a mobile phone, and it was done right before the polling stations opened. And so for a moment in time, I had more votes in the state of Utah than every other candidate combined.
That's fascinating. And I love that it was for you, because you're obviously such a huge figure in the not only cryptocurrency world, but blockchain. And I'm just excited to see what your future holds and how we're all going to benefit from you being a huge proponent of that space.
Yeah, so I'm a big believer that if we can bank from our phones, we should be able to vote from our phones. Technology, if utilized correctly, can ensure the integrity of our elections and improve accessibility. You know, voting is hard, which is why about half of the eligible voters in this country vote. Nearly half of them do not. That's a huge problem. And that's in the big election. In our local elections, it's more like 90% of eligible voters are not participating. And who you elect into local office, city council, these sorts of things, they affect your life as much, maybe even more than the president does. And so anything we can do to drive voter engagement, to drive participation in our elections, our democratic process, I think in the long run is a very good thing for this country. Some people would argue, oh, then you just get more like people that are not informed voting. I disagree. I think once people start to participate, there's a natural process of becoming more informed that occurs. And I think we want more informed and a greater participation in our elections. And I think that that's eventually how we win. You know, I think our main lesson in life is we are here on earth to act according to our conscience. We're meant to do what we believe is right, which means we should also be voting for what we believe in. So much of what people do these days is they vote out of fear. They vote against something rather than voting for something. You know, ask yourself, what do you stand for? What do you believe in? You know, united we stand, divided we fall. And I think that we're going to stay in this perpetual cycle, this downward spiral, until we start voting our conscience.
Beautifully put. I couldn't agree more with you. Okay, shifting again to the next topic, I would love to hear a bit of your thoughts on what happened this morning. And just for everyone tuning in, we saw this morning something unprecedented happen with Wall Street, GameStop, from a Reddit thread. We saw kind of the people take on Wall Street, and now we're seeing the SEC getting involved. Brock, can you kind of explain to our viewers what that all means, and also give us your thoughts on what you think will happen in the future?
Yeah, I've been on the news, I think 10 times today, topping on this subject. Fox, ABC, CBS, it's like across the board. So I feel well suited to explain this. It's unbelievable what's happened here. This is unprecedented. It's going to go down in history as one of the most important events to occur in modern finance. This is a bigger deal than Enron collapsing. And so there's a couple of things that I'll start out just because you have to know this first. Right. Most of you in crypto know this, so please forgive me if I'm repeating the obvious. But when you buy a stock, you're going long. When you buy a stock, you're buying it at a certain price, let's say $10 a share, hoping that the price goes up because you believe in the company, you believe in its products and services, you think it will perform well. The other end is shorting a stock. That is doing the exact opposite. You're betting that the stock will go down. And so what happened here today is you had short sellers. Think of these as hedge funds that are like merchants of death. They're betting on companies hoping they die at a time where, betting on companies and losing of jobs at this time is, probably not a business you want to be in. You're not going to have a lot of the moral high ground behind you. But what happened is a bunch of these hedge funds betting on job loss, betting on companies failing, they piled into GameStop. But they did something where they broke the law of physics. When you short, you borrow a share of stock and you sell it hoping the price goes down, and then you buy it back and you make the spread. If it went down, if it went up, you lose the spread. And another thing worth noting, when you're shorting, the most you can make is double your money if the business goes to zero. But if the price goes up, you effectively can have infinite losses because, there's no ceiling. And so 140% of the shares, meaning more than every share that exists, 140% of all the shares in GameStop were shorted. How can you sell more than 100%? This is a thing called naked shorting. And so what happened is some of the Wall Street hedge funds shorted more than 100% of the shares, 140%. And some people using public information, these people you heard about on Reddit, figured out that this happened. And then they started creating a small group of people getting together in a very kind of Occupy Wall Street sort of way, the 99% versus the 1%, David versus Goliath. They said, if we all start buying up these shares, not because we believe in the fundamentals of the company, but because these hedge funds have shorted it and they've defied the laws of physics, we can drive a short squeeze, meaning force those companies to have to cover their borrowing. And because they've borrowed more than there is, the stock can essentially go to infinity and we can bankrupt these financial institutions. But this is what happens when you defy the laws of physics. You can get hurt. And again, when you short. And so they organized, the little people came together. They're telling you on the media, oh, these amateur investors. Clearly, they were very smart. Their investment thesis was sound. And that's what they did. They started running up the stock. These hedge funds started to panic. They're going, oh my God, we're going to go bankrupt. We can't afford this. The price can go to infinity. And to cover their position means they have to buy the stock, which means it just keeps going up. And when you have to buy more than 100% of all the shares that exist, the price goes to infinity and all these firms go under. So panic ensues. Robinhood, which has been another big driver, right? This retail market of little investors, which is a great thing that little people are getting involved. That are buying into cryptocurrency or buying into stocks. The American people have a bad history of saving money. The fact that there's a trend of Americans saving money and investing and being reliant on creating and securing their own financial future is a great thing. Robinhood helped drive that. And with a great name like Robin Hood. But it turns out that Robin Hood works for the Sheriff of Nottingham. And so Citadel pays for all their trades, a major firm. And the reason they do that is Robin Hood gives all of the trading information of the little investors, the little retail investors, to Citadel so that they can front run them, so that they can fleece them and trade against them, which is really interesting. It means that Robin Hood steals from the poor to give to the rich. You shouldn't use that as the name of your company if that is your business model. And so they paused all the trading to manipulate the stock price, which drove the price down 50%, giving some of the hedge funds a chance to cover, maybe saving a couple of them. Probably won't save all of them. So the people go crazy. The price plummets by 50% because of this. All of a sudden, a class action lawsuit gets filed against Robinhood. AOC and Donald Trump Jr. take the side of the people together. The first time I think they've ever agreed on anything. Elon Musk,
AOC.
tells everyone, hold. This is kind of like in crypto when we say hodl. It's like the movie 300, everybody holding the shield, or in the movie Braveheart, everybody holding the spears. Because if you hold long enough, you can't lose. The laws of physics are on our side. This is not a fundamental bet. This is a bet because these firms defied the laws of physics. And if we hold long enough, there is no way they win. Now E-Trade has blocked all the trading. You can't buy more, but you can sell. It looks like Ameritrade has got on board. One of the heads of the NASDAQ is talking about freezing all trading. I mean, if this happens, this could cause the collapse of the global financial system. This is so scary. And so what Wall Street should do, because they're not all bad. We're investors. We trade in crypto. We trade in stocks. But when you have some very bad actors, merchants of death, that are trying to kill American companies and kill American jobs by defying, naked shorting, defying the laws of physics, let them die. Do not let the reputable financial institutions get involved, because this is going to be toxic. This is going to be full of taint. My advice to the regulators is recognize the real problem here. Obviously, these Redditors did not manipulate anything. They came up with, using publicly available information, a strategy that was actually sound. They all got together. The little people attacked the financial institutions, David versus Goliath, and they were right. So the real issue here is in the naked short selling. How is it possible that 140% of the stock was borrowed and sold? This is what the regulators should focus on. This is the thing we should say should never happen again. This is clearly not okay. We're defying the laws of physics. And so I hope the regulators focus on the right thing here. And don't go protect the financial institution. Their jobs are to protect the little people and to prevent these types of things from happening. And so I hope that everybody falls on the right side of history here, which is understand we have some very bad actors from Wall Street that have no moral high ground. No one is going to be one of there to protect them. They're trying to kill jobs in America at a time where we need them. And they're trying to kill companies. Do not jump in and protect them. Regulators, make sure we prevent this type of thing from ever happening again. And NASDAQ, please stay out of this. Please stay out of this. Because if they get involved, this could completely destroy all credibility in the financial system. And crypto is not ready for this. We are not ready for prime time. If the system falls apart, it will be bad for all of us. We do not want this right now. We do not want this to happen. We are not ready. And for all of you in crypto, keep building, because clearly this infrastructure is becoming more and more important. We've seen the censorship of free speech, the First Amendment, which isn't the third, not the fifth, it's the first, for a reason. Our liberty and our freedom is predicated upon our voice, the ability to have free speech. Without that, we have no freedom. And today we saw the censorship of the free markets. This is not capitalism. This is not free markets. Again, this is a few bad financial institutions, not all of them like 2008, a few of them saying, please socialize our losses. No, let's not bail them out again.
Beautifully said. Brock, how much time do we have left? 10. Okay, great. Brock, I would love the viewers to learn more also about speaking about GameStop, your history of kind of how you created your wealth. I read a fascinating article about you in Rolling Stone, and it talked about you hosting a fundraiser in Puerto Rico. And please correct me if I misspeak about any of the details. But at one point, you gave away the mass amount of your wealth because you knew that you were capable of building it back up again. And that is one of the most fascinating things that I've learned about you amongst many. But I'd love for you to speak about that and your journey from childhood actor into getting into gaming and crypto and technology and building really your own self-sovereign business.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of give you a reader's digest of my life. I was made in Minnesota, and I grew up as a child actor. I ended up starring in some movies. The first movie I ever made was The Mighty Ducks. I played young Gordon Bombay. I starred in a movie called First Kid, where I played the son of the President of the United States of America with Sinbad as my Secret Service agent. At 16, I decided that acting wasn't my calling. This is back in 1997. I decided that I wanted to become an entrepreneur. I recognized that technology was going to change the world. And so at 16 years old, back in 1997, I became an internet entrepreneur. That eventually led to gaming. I recognized in 1999 that virtual currencies in games were going to have a lot of value, and that these new virtual worlds or virtual countries were going to have big economies, and that you would need market makers to manage them. And so I became the main market maker for all of the virtual worlds. If you've ever played World of Warcraft or Second Life, that sort of stuff. Built up a supply chain of 400,000 people, principally in China, that played video games professionally to mine digital currency for us. We sold billions and billions and billions of dollars of this. We were PayPal's largest merchant for years, Google's largest advertiser for a little while, and we were instrumental in the launching of Alipay. We rolled up South Korea. We had 90+% market share there, 40% of the population as our customers. I currently hold 2 ambassadorship titles there, helped put together BitThumb and launch the crypto markets there, as well as in China back in the day. In China, we created the first television channel ever created by a foreigner back in 2004, 2005 to create what you now know as esports today. Rolled up and built a top 100 web property in the world in terms of traffic, all the video game websites, and sold that to Tencent. We also trained economists, because in these virtual countries, we were able to test out economic theories that you couldn't try in the real world. The stakes of making a mistake were too great, but you could test these things out inside of these virtual worlds. And so we were helping the tenure professors, all sorts of interesting stuff. And that was my 20s. And then clearly, we wanted to see if these same ideas that we had been testing in virtual worlds could be rolled out in the analog. And that's how I got my start in Bitcoin. I've done a lot of stuff in the cryptocurrency space, co-founded the first venture capital firm, Blockchain Capital, that funded many of the first companies, co-founded Mastercoin, where we invented and did the first ICO, co-founded Tether, where we created the first stablecoin, the digital dollar, that's doing $40 trillion a year, started the first crypto bank, Noco Bank, and the list goes on and on and on. I feel like I'm boasting at this point, which is not what I like to do. Let's just say I've done a lot of stuff, and I've only touched on a very little bit of it. But I made a commitment a few years back to living my life in public service. I had a background in gaming. And so I kind of look at life like a game in some sort. I look at life as a game in some respects. And I went into the option menus. And instead of playing the standard game, which is try to accumulate as much wealth and me as possible, I decided to play a different game. And I decided to measure my success by the positive impact I have. I measure my success not by what I have, but by what I give. And I chose that I needed to go to a place where I could make an impact. Puerto Rico was that place for me. So when Hurricane Maria hit, I moved down here immediately following that natural disaster during the longest blackout in U.S. history to see how I could be of service. Yes, I talked about giving away my first $1 billion. I have not completed it yet. It felt like the right thing to do, and it turns out to be a lot harder than I thought. But I've learned a lot. I started my first, I'd given money to charity my whole life, but it's a whole different thing to run one. And so I started my own foundation. We've supported 175 different organizations here, partnered with Binance at the beginning of COVID to give out $1 million of masks, food, parrots, conservation, poverty, education. I'm the vice chairman of the U.S. Marines Toys for Tots. We gave out over 100 for Puerto Rico, New York City, and Long Island. We gave out toys this holiday seasons to over 150,000 kids here just in Puerto Rico. And so I spend a tremendous amount of time working on these things, and I'm just grateful to be here and to support all of you. The important work that we're doing here in crypto and blockchain, fighting censorship and ensuring freedom of speech, free markets, and I spend a lot of time in New York and Washington, D.C., trying to educate those in positions of authority to make good decisions on our behalf, not to stifle innovation, but to nurture it. Because I think we're living through the fourth industrial revolution, and I think it's important that we make the right decisions. Technology is going to change the world. It is amoral. It is neither good or bad. How we utilize it will determine the impact it has. And I think we're doomed if we don't do something different. And so I think we need visionary leaders that understand where we're going and that are not managing through the past or through the rearview mirror.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you kind of get the skim of your life, because I know some viewers might not be familiar with you, but now you are. And again, I'm so excited for hopefully another run in some type of representation. You always just seem to have a wonderful moral compass, and I always learn something new from you. So thank you so much. I know we have about 5 minutes left. I think that we want to possibly talk about NFTs. I know that there's been some talk about Mark Cuban going into NFTs, and I'm curious if you're interested in this or what your take on that is, and if you could teach us something maybe about NFTs that some of our viewers might not know.
Yeah, so I mean, I was in the business of buying and selling virtual currency and virtual goods in video games. This is kind of the origin of NFTs in many ways. And as a part of that, I was involved in buying this company, Opskins, which launched a project called Wax with 3 of my old partners, William Quigley, Jonathan Yantis, and Malcolm Cassell. May he rest in peace. He passed away a few months ago. Wonderful man. And I'm a huge advocate for NFTs. I was involved in Block V and the VATMs happening there. I'm a huge believer. I think that gaming applications, augmented reality, building overlays on top of the world, Ready Player One type of stuff, or even
music.
Yeah, or music. If you're at a concert and you're Lady Gaga or whatever artist you're interested in, she can throw out a bunch of, versions of her song, collectible art pieces. You can be driving down the road and see a QR code and snap a picture of a Corona. And when you go into the bar, if you've gifted it to one other person, you get a free drink. There's so many amazing things that can be done around advertising, affiliates, collectibles. I'm super excited for it. It's still in the early days. Most of the applications right now today are of nominal viability. We're starting to see art that's being sold at interesting levels. Obviously, we had CryptoKitties, and so I'm a believer. I would be careful investing heavily in these things just yet, but I am firmly convinced that the future will be full of non-fungible tokens.
It's fascinating. I love that idea of a QR code, or even making it experiential, because a lot of people, when you think of the digital world and how we interact with that, it can seem siloed or not very experiential. You're not very experiencing the real world. You're viewing it kind of through technology. So I love that aspect of being able to combine those things and for lack of a better word, giving it value. All right, so up next, we have Mo Morsi with the Blockchain Data Analytics with DevNull Productions. And Brock, we just want to extend an extreme thank you to you. It's always such a pleasure talking to you. And thank you from all your friends at the Blockchain Center.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Okay, great. We're live? All right, perfect. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's really, this has been a great conference so far. I'm really honored to be here and be presenting along with all the other guests. I've really learned a lot today. My name is Mo Morsi. I'm founder and CEO of DevNull Productions. DevNull Productions is a small early stage startup who is focused on blockchain data, analytics, and intelligence services. And today I'm going to be talking about several nuances, several lessons that we've learned, and other things, challenges, and solutions to those challenges that come into play for those that are interested in blockchain data. So without further ado, let's jump on into the slides. All right, perfect. So jumping right on into it. As many of you have heard, data is the new commodity, right? We live in a data-driven economy, a data-driven world. There is also a plethora of companies that have emerged in recent years that geared around providing data services and intelligence. Whenever you go to the store or whenever you purchase an item online, data is being collected about you, whether you like it or not. So these data, collection trends provide retailers, provide businesses from all walks and all backgrounds with a lot of information as far as consumer habits, as far as inventory and requirements, and so on and so forth. This data is very valuable, not only for the stores and the retailers themselves, but for a whole slew of other ancillary providers that use that data for marketing purposes and for consumer intelligence and for many other use cases. As you all may have heard, one of the latest or the hot sayings these days is data is the new oil, and it really is. When it comes down to it, data is what kind of greases the economy, what kind of keeps the markets efficient, running efficiently, and provides a lot of valuable insights which facilitate liquidity as well as many other critical aspects of the modern ecosystem. In addition to that, data is quickly becoming the business model. Traditional retail and subscription business models are somewhat fading. You're seeing less and less companies focusing on sales of products, for example, or even if they do, the products themselves aren't the center of the attention. Rather, it's the data around those products and who they collect and the information about the users of those products. So, a company that's been in the news today, Robinhood, is a perfect example of this. But other companies such as OkCupid on the dating scene, Venmo, and many other companies provide their services for free. But as you know, there really is no free lunch. Free is not free. And what the users are providing is valuable data into their trends, into the preferences that drive those consumption choices. So enter the blockchain. The blockchain affords sensorless and transparent transactions. We all know and love it. There are trade-offs. Not every transaction that you engage in, that everyone engages in, might necessarily people might not be interested in that being transparent for the world, but it is great in many use cases. The data is available for anyone to access, and for those that have the knowledge of how to access that, that can provide some very lucrative opportunities. Of course, there are caveats to that. If it was simple, everyone would do it, and we would all be rich as a result of it. But let's talk about some of the challenges that one would encounter when trying to access and leverage that data on the blockchain. So modern blockchain technologies facilitate thousands of transactions per second. XRP and XLM are two major cryptocurrencies which DevNull Productions focuses on. And at the base level, those facilitate 1,500 to 5,000 transactions per second. If you're using kind of specialized technologies such as payment channels and XRP and so on and so forth, well, that can facilitate up to 50,000 transactions per second, which is a large amount of data to process. So again, this provides very lucrative opportunities, but it requires some expertise and some care in order to leverage those. So step one, collect the data. Uptime is a critical component when it comes to interfacing with the blockchain. Markets and these blockchain services are provided on a 24 hours a day, 365 days a year basis. Essentially, if your services, your collection services are down, you're missing valuable data. And if you're missing valuable data in this data-driven economy means that you're not making money. So to mitigate this, you really want to focus on distributing and diversifying the infrastructure which provides your services. If you are running on the cloud, for example, but your servers are located in one data center, for example, here in New York or in San Francisco, well, network outages, geographical network outages are not uncommon. Perhaps not as common as they have been in the past, but it's still known to happen. And, you know, every once in a while we hear things like EC2 going down, a data center, and all sorts of online services are impacted as a result of it. So you really want to distribute your computational infrastructure around the world as best as you can. Of course, there are costs that are entailed in that, and depending on the size of your startup or your business, that may or may not make sense, but the more you distribute, the better. So, for example, we have some code here where that demonstrates how to interface with the various blockchains I just discussed. On the left-hand side, you see some logic in order to interface with XRP Ledger, and on the right is with XLM. In both cases, for example, looking at XRP to begin with, we import the library and we connect to the server. Then we establish a connection. After establishing a connection, we start listening to ledgers. Ledgers are blocks in the XRP world. Block is ledger, ledger is a block. And when those are received from the network, we call this on-ledger close callback. Now, with XRP, it kind of makes more sense to parse the units, parse the ledgers themselves atomically, because those provide kind of snapshots. Those provide points which, if for whatever reason we have an issue with importing transactions from a given ledger, a given block, we can simply discard those transactions, fix the issues with our infrastructure, with our software, and then start replaying the blocks from that ledger. So in this case, whenever we are notified of a ledger being closed, a block being closed, we receive the full details as far as the transactions and the data included in that block. And then in the callback on retrieve ledger at the bottom, we store those in the database atomically. We store the transactions, we record which ledger the last ledger we handled and we parsed, and then we're good to go to handle the next one. On the right, very similar logic for Stellar, for the XLM ledger. In this case, we import the library and connect to the server, start streaming transactions, and at the bottom in the transaction handler, we store those to the database. Now, unlike XRP, each transaction comes with a transaction cursor, which allows us to resume streaming from that transaction directly. So instead of just listening to the ledgers themselves, we can listen to transactions on an individual basis. And for whatever reason, if we have to resume that streaming, we can start and stop based on the transaction cursor. So essentially, this is how we would pull data in from the blockchain using the APIs, using the kind of the provided interfaces which to pull the data in. Now, there's additional advanced mechanisms which one can leverage, a developer can leverage to interface with the blockchain protocols. For example, one could communicate with the overlay on the overlay networks themselves. Now, the overlays are the protocols which are used in between blockchain nodes to communicate with each other. Essentially, these consist of structured binary data that, and to leverage these, it requires advanced knowledge of message framing and transports. These sort of things typically aren't documented in the kind of the end user or end developer documentation that are available on the blockchain websites. But the benefit of communicating at this layer is it allows you to front run blockchain traffic. You're really receiving first-class access to the internode blockchain communication, and you get first access to the data as it's being sent and distributed through these decentralized networks. There is one big caveat, though. This layer, data at this layer may not be validated, including in final blockchain. So, if you're a market maker or you're a, trying to develop a system, a data model based on this early intelligence, you should incorporate the notion that, transactions that are being relayed across the network at this level may not be included in validated blocks. It might be useful, it might not, but it is another option that you have. Here's an example of the XRP binary protocol. So on the right, you can see the fields that constitute the transaction message, which are sent around between nodes. You can leverage one of our open source libraries called XRBP, available on GitHub, to communicate that level, to listen for traffic very easily. We're not showing kind of the details of that right here. If you want, you can go into that library. It's well documented and well tested, and find out all the nuances of how it works and how to communicate yourself with XRP at this level. Here is a similar example for XLM. On the right, you see the format of what will ultimately be the binary transaction that is sent through the network. It's relayed in a format called XDR, Extensible Data Representation. And on the left, you see the API calls to parse that data. The third and final way to collect data from the blockchain is perhaps the most advanced and is not for the faint of heart. It's essentially entails reading the binary data from the blockchain on disk directly. Again, this requires advanced knowledge of the data structures and custom storage solutions which the blockchain uses, and almost all of this is undocumented. You really have to dig into the source code behind these networks and kind of understand how data is serialized and deserialized from the disk in order to be able to efficiently read and leverage that data. Additionally, there are risks involved in this, right? You're communicating, you're reading from a system, a database that is a live database and is being read and written to by the blockchain node. So there's a lot of nuances involved in communication at this level. And, to be fair, most people are not going to want to do this, but it affords direct first-rate access at those data as they're being read and written to on the disk. If you're interested in this, without kind of going through all the nitty-gritty details, we do have several proprietary solutions in this sector. Contact DevNull Productions via the contact details at the end of these slides. So as I mentioned before, a lot of besides the initial using API calls to interface with the blockchain, a lot of this is not, these solutions are not for the faint of heart and require some advanced knowledge of these technologies. Understanding the source code behind these cryptocurrencies, these distributed ledgers, is a critical aspect of this. Luckily, all the source code, and as far as I know, every blockchain is open source and is available on GitHub. So it is accessible. If you go to our XRP intelligence site, xrpintel.com, we provide a source code analysis of the Ripple D source code, the project driving the XRP ledger, and it helps you kind of jump into the water very quickly. This is an important aspect too about these blockchain technologies. A lot of individuals discuss the kind of importance of decentralizing the networks, which is a very critical aspect, no matter the blockchain. But distributing the the contributions to the source code and distributing the understanding of the technology that governs these networks is also critical. So I encourage all that are of a technical background to pick your favorite blockchain and get involved with the community there. It's will go a long way to show the how decentralized and distributed it is. So a few final notes when it comes to collecting data. As mentioned before, blockchain is a 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week technology. You really can't afford much, if any, downtime. And even a few minutes of downtime will result in a lot of data, a data backlog, which will be hard to recover from. You're going to need to spin up systems in parallel, crunch that data, and it's going to cost time and resources, which if you process the data on a rolling basis, you won't run into those issues. System maintenance happens though. We have to take down systems and servers and even databases from time to time for maintenance, for server upgrades and all of that. If you can, try to plan that in advance, try to take them down for the shortest amount of time possible. And then when you spin them back up again, start processing transactions and ledgers serially, to the best of your ability. If you have to process things in parallel, make sure you ultimately serialize the data so that, if accounts are sending, especially high volume accounts, are sending data back and forth to each other, at the end of the day, the final snapshot, the final data set you're operating on is sanitized, it's validated, you're sure that in your database reflects the current state of the blockchain and there are no discrepancies. So we have the data in our database. Now what do we do with it? Well, of course, we aggregate the information we need. And in a lot of cases, you're not going to need the entire history of the blockchain. For example, if you're a retailer, you're only going to be interested in the accounts that correspond to your customers. Or if you're a market maker, a currency trader, you're only interested in the order books of the currencies that you're monitoring, you're watching. So the rest of the data can be discarded, really. You don't have to replicate the behavior of the blockchain. The blockchain is responsible for the peer-to-peer communication. The blockchain is responsible for storing the data on the disk persistently. You can retrieve that anytime. So once you process the data, discard it. You don't need to hold on to it forever, and you can really save on storage costs and processing power when you do that. So here we have a few examples of how we process the XRP data for our analytics. At the top, you can see that we're processing data for the given month. We start at the beginning of the month and finish at the end of the month. The next metric reads from the accounts table. We look for accounts created between the start and end and count them. And after that, we divide by the number of seconds in the month to retrieve the average account creation rate. After that, we retrieve the ledgers that have been closed in between the start and the finish and retrieve the first and last ledger. And then next, we retrieve the transactions of the type payment within those ledgers. This type of query can be used to retrieve offers, can be used to retrieve created trust lines. Really, at this point, you can retrieve any type of data that you're interested in. We determine the average number of payments per ledger in this time frame. And lastly, we retrieve the total fees paid in this time frame. If you're interfacing with the blockchain, depending on the network, with XRP and XLM, the fees are flat. And currently, we're nowhere near full capacity. The blockchain can handle a lot more data traffic than it currently does. But for other cryptocurrencies, such as Bitcoin or Ethereum, where fees can vary and periods of high traffic can really impact the performance of your application, you will want to derive these type of metrics, and you will want to gain this insight in order to determine when is best to send your transactions across a network and to derive all sorts of statistics along those lines. So continuing forward, we just mentioned that in many use cases, you're not going to need the full access to data, the access to the full data set. But there are some use cases which you do. For example, if you are developing an auditing or a forensic solution and you need a historical record of a large number of accounts or something similar, you can't really escape importing the full data set into your database. Traditional relational databases might not, scale up to suit your needs in this case. Depending on your infrastructure, they might, but there are many alternatives which you can use in order to effectively query and be able to use the full data set effectively. For example, NoSQL and graph databases, particularly we've had a lot of great luck with Neo4j. These provide great solutions in order to run some advanced queries against large data sets. Now, every database is going to have to be optimized. You're going to have to spend, this is a whole field, a whole science of its own. And you're going to have to spend a bit of time really tweaking indexes, tweaking garbage collection, tweaking a lot of server parameters, your hardware, your software, et cetera, in order to satisfy the queries that you want to run against your particular data set. But again, you're going to have to take it on a case-by-case basis, depending on your use case and what you want to use to extract, what type of value you want to extract from the data set. And that's it for processing the data. So we've collected the data, we've processed it. Now we have some valuable metrics in our database, but if it just resides in our database, what good is that? Your clients need to access that in one form or another, whether you're going to provide them through fixed data sets or APIs, that's going to depend on the need of your client. Fixed data sets, facilitate one-off billing scenarios with low overhead. So these are good where a client needs a particular bit of data. You can scope out a kind of one-time payment, a one-time cost for that data, and you can provide it to them as a kind of a one-off deal. Now, as we mentioned before, blockchain entails a lot of data, and blockchain analytics is no exception to this. So this is also beneficial in the scenario where you don't have to worry about setting up servers to provide that data on demand. You can aggregate your statistics, aggregate your data, excuse me, write them to the disk and ship that disk via FedEx, and it could arrive there by tomorrow if you use overnight shipping. Andrew Tenenbaum, a well-known computer scientist who wrote many influential books in the 1980s, has the famous quote, "Never underestimate the bandwidth of a station wagon full of tapes hurling down the highway." On the flip side, most data providers in 2021 and in recent years provide an API, a programmatic interface, which data is exposed and can be offered on a subscription basis for recurring revenue. Again, this requires infrastructure and this requires servers and maintenance costs, but these do allow startups and businesses to derive revenue theoretically indefinitely in the future. HTTP, the World Wide Web, is a common delivery mechanism. Certainly isn't the only one. There's protocols FTP, which has kind of since gone out of flavor, out of fashion, but SCP, all sorts of proprietary and open source messaging protocols. Those can be used to deliver data to the client depending on their needs. Now, there's obviously a lot of nuances. There are a lot of edge cases which you need to account for. Caching your data is critical in the case of providing an API. If a client sends a query to retrieve some data and then they send that query again, or a different client sends that same query, why should your database be impacted? Performance of your database, where you can use a key value solution such as Redis, that's a popular one, to cache the data and the results of that query. Of course, you're going to want to set an expiration on that query so that when new data comes in, or that when a certain amount of time goes by, you can refresh that and retrieve new results. But that's all configurable with these technologies. Of course, if you provide any data, whether it's publicly or provided behind a subscription wall or something similar, you're going to want to limit requests. You're going to want to provide rate filtering and all of that so that your services aren't abused. If you're providing data on the web scrapers are going to pull that data and they're going to hit it as hard as they can. And that's going to take an impact on your paying customers. So be sure that you tier your services, and that clients or users can't impact the performance and degrade that for other users. Here we have an example of our API endpoint, through which we provide our reports. So we see that when a GET request, when a HTTP request for reports come in with specified parameters, this function gets called. The periods, whether they're requesting monthly reports, weekly reports, daily, etc. That's one of the first parameters that we parse. We return data in the JSON format, which is a very common data format for resources being served over the web. We cache the query, again, so that if other users issue the same query, we can just look that up and we don't have to hit the database. And then we limit the amount of data that the user is able to retrieve at a given time for the reasons we just mentioned before pulling it from the DB and returning it in JSON. And that's it. Now we've collected the data, we've processed the data, and we're providing the data via our API. Now, many of your clients aren't going to want to leverage the, a programmatic interface for their purposes. A lot of clients are interested in a more abstract, a visual delivery mechanism for the data, and API access will be unneeded. Of course, the opposite is true too. There are many clients which want to integrate the data you're providing in a programmatic solution, in a trading bot, for example, or some other scenario, and they really have no use for the visualization, for the pretty graphs and all of that. So make sure you talk to your client and ascertain their needs before building your tools. But for those that want to the visual aspect of it, providing a website or an app is a really great way to do that. Here we see XRP Intel, which I mentioned before, which xrpintel.com, which we provide visual access to a lot of our data that we derive from the XRP ledger, as well as API information, source code analysis, which you can see in the navigation on the left-hand screenshot. And here you can very quickly visualize metrics such as accounts created, transaction rate, fees paid, payments sent across the network, really all sorts of metrics that market makers will be interested in, that auditors, analysts, and a plethora of other users would be interested in as far as data from the network. Depending on the user, they might prefer an app, they might prefer a web app, they might prefer a published report, they might prefer data via social media. So on the right, you see one of our Twitter feeds, XRP Intel, but the I is a 1, so XRP1NTEL, that Twitter. And here we publish various statistics periodically in an automated fashion for consumption. Now, obviously, there are, we don't monetize this. It's somewhat hard to monetize social media and all that unless you're an influencer. But this is great from a publicity perspective. This is great from a branding and a marketing thing. And as you can see, these tweets are very well liked, and they're retweeted, and they're a good way to get the name out there and establish the brand. And lastly, but not least, when it comes to these data and aggregation services, make sure you give back, right? Blockchain is a very much open source oriented ecosystem. As I mentioned before, I don't know of any blockchain that's whose source code isn't open source, and people love this fact about it. So I'm not saying this is right. This needs to be applied to all your services and all your tools. But certainly consider releasing some subset of your tools and your libraries as open source technologies. There's a lot of great resources, GitHub, automated continuous integration systems, and all of that make it really easy to do so. This allows you to gain exposure into, for your brand, but also comes with the additional benefit of shared maintenance. What this means is that if your clients are relying on your proprietary solution, or solely relying on your proprietary solution, and something goes wrong, they have no choice but to come to you to fix it. Now, let's say you have other business priorities or so on and so forth. Well, you might not have the time to fix it at that moment, and that does not reflect well on your brand. If the problem is with an open source component, you can very well go to them and say, "Hey, listen, I would love to fix your problem. We don't have the time right now, but here's the source code, and perhaps one of your developers can take a look at it." They can perhaps submit a patch, and submitting and reviewing a patch often is quicker for yourself, for the author of the project, than it is to figure out a solution and to develop it and to test it and all of that. Especially if you have continuous integration, your client or whoever is contributing to the project, their changes will automatically be tested. If all flags are green, you can push the merge button and everyone benefits. We have released several open source tools and technologies around the XRP and the XLM ledger on our GitHub. Check us out, devnullprod at github.com. So I'd like to finish up and wrap up this presentation discussing real-time intelligence. A couple slides dedicated to that. Up to this point, we've talked about historical data and analytics, and real-time intelligence is another critical component of this ecosystem. Essentially allows to users and clients to drive immediate value and insights as market changes. And this is becoming increasingly important in this interconnected world. Similar to historical analysis, uptime and reliability are important factors. But on top of that, performance and scalability are additional considerations. Network spikes occur all the time, and often we don't know exactly when those occur. Some news in some part of the world may trigger, a lot of selling activity or selling activity on exchange, which may trigger a lot of on-ledger blockchain traffic. And now all of a sudden, your solution needs to keep up with this influx of data. The cloud is a really great resource for this, as oftentimes cloud providers allow you to scale up and scale down depending on your network activity and your resources. So whenever the spike in activity occurs, you can automatically allocate more virtual machines, more servers, more network bandwidth to satisfy those demands. And on the flip side, just as importantly, when the demand subsides, I have a question here. Just 1 second. Sorry. Yes, when the demand decreases and subsides, you can turn off those machines, saving money, and which ultimately translates to your end budget, right? We have a couple providers. DevNull Productions have a couple of solutions in this sector. On the left, you see Zerp Tracker for XRP. On the right, you see Stracker for XLM. These are projects built around delivering intelligence and insights for the XRP and XLM ledgers in real time. You can set up alerts for activity that you're interested in, receive email, text message, API call alerts, and take them from there. Being your own bank has never been easier with the assistance of these technologies. And as far as future opportunities, well, this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to data intelligence services. DevNull Productions is always looking for marketing, funding, collaboration opportunities for synergy. And if any of this is interest of you for a client's perspective as an investor or a developer that's looking for a collaboration opportunity, feel free to reach out anytime, and we're eager to talk. Again, my name is Mo Morsi. I'm founder and CEO of DevNull Productions. DevNullProd.com is the website. DevNullProductions@gmail.com is the email address, and would love to hear any questions.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hey, Nahola, how you doing?
Oh, great. Yeah, I was just listening in, and I was like, I had a bunch of questions, but I really was excited to see a lot of really cool memes in your slides there. It was great.
Perhaps that should have been step 7. Include memes.
Include memes. Yeah, that's the number one. It's like it was great. And so, like, do you have any words for people who are participating in the hackathon and how like to quickly scale with these types of architectures?
Developing and deploying systems that can be run in parallel are really important and critical.
Okay.
One of our first examples when we were showing how to interface with the blockchain, you subscribe to transactions, and those examples they're kind of pseudocode, if you will. I mean, they're actual code, but we simplified it. As any developer knows, there's a lot of edge cases that need to be addressed. Whenever you pull in data from a network, in your callback, you don't want to launch a costly operation. So,
Yes.
for example, in our first example, we listen to ledgers and then we automatically retrieve the data from the ledger, from the blockchain, the full data set. Most likely, you'll want to, when you receive notification of that activity, kind of store it in a queue, kind of push it onto a queue so that you can resume listening to the network activity, and then in a parallel process, do other work. So, for example, pulling in the full data set. And this sort of design patterns, this sort of behavior allows you to scale. You know, you can have multiple processes running on multiple machines, operating on the different subsets of data. You know, each can be kind of fine-tuned and isolated, if you will, so that as the blockchain scales, your services also scale.
Yeah, I saw you speak a lot about Redis. I try to include that inside my architectures. I thought it was really cool. Do you have any other thoughts on like that usage and new stuff that you saw?
I really love Redis. It's a great technology. You know, we use it for almost all our APIs or web APIs. You know, it's really easy to set up, really easy to configure. Certainly, it's not the only one. Memcached, there's a lot of, you know, NoSQL solutions, MongoDB, and, you know, it really needs to be taken on a case-by-case basis, really understanding your business requirements, understanding the constraints of your clients, you know, what the amount of queries that they need to issue, the delivery mechanisms, maintaining regular communication with clients and your developers. That's a challenging aspect of it, but a critical one too.
Yeah, it's because like something that I definitely have noticed is that since we have applications that are relying on things like a blockchain, like its speed is not its strongest like, you know, it's not its strongest like element, and pre-caching those things makes it a lot easier for you to have that, whether it's dealing with a traditional database or, you know, dealing with like a node perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So when I was like watching your slides, you had a lot of really good code examples. You had a GitHub link for those who are looking at?
Yes.
Let me post, if you can post it in chat, then I'll make sure that everyone who's participating in the hackathon gets their hands on it, and it'd be really great.
Definitely. I'll share these slides on our Twitter. If you go to DevNoProd on Twitter, you know, for those that want to catch something, if I kind of went through it a little quick, feel free to reach out.
That's the part, like, you know, sometimes when you have a live stream, it's difficult to, you know, really dive in the way that you want. And that's kind of like why I think that having these, you know, speakers is pretty important, so we can see it, try it, and work it out for yourself, and, you know, basically participate inside of, like, you know, a collaborative effort. Question: have you? When was the last time you've interacted with a hackathon, or have you done hackathons in your recent memory?
It's been a little while. I certainly have done plenty in my career. I used to be an engineer at Red Hat myself.
Oh, okay.
And started a hackerspace back in the day, and various other things. So it's you know, it's in my blood. A developer, engineer by nature. Certainly running the startup these days, have to wear the marketing hat and business hat and all of that. But
for sure. Yeah, I'm over here I'm trying to be tech lead, and then I'm like, oh well, we have to run a live stream. I'm like, oh, here I am. So it's like when you have like another hat to wear, no problem. I'll be here live streaming with everybody, and I actually really think that's great just to be able to share it with everybody. And that's kind of what I saw, especially in like cryptocurrency, like conventions. I definitely liked the North American Bitcoin Conference when I was, in person. But one things that I saw out of that was a definite need to bring up the developer presence, because I was like, all right, that's a developer. I was like surrounded by suits, but everybody is looking for these teams, looking for engineers to actually outfit their project, and there's a severe dearth, not just in blockchain, but like across the board.
Sure. It's my father used to say, everything is easy until you do it. And developing is no exception to that, as is the marketing and business. But these are all critical roles in the ecosystem, and props to those who fulfill these roles successfully. It's no easy feat.
Yeah, because you see every project, there's hundreds or maybe thousands of ICOs that came in through the years, and really like the only that is the lifeblood of these projects are people who are actually going to go out there and build them. So it's definitely like I believe it's a good burden to bear, because it's like we're in the 90s again, and you can't even pay for that. And when you have that idea that we're in the 90s in terms of how these technologies connect to each other, then you have the freedom to really innovate.
Completely agree. It's one of the exciting things about the blockchain ecosystem and the cryptocurrencies and all this is it really does feel like the early days of the internet. And even though I was young, I was too young, perhaps even the early days of the digital revolution in the 80s. Of course, infant, and so I don't remember it firsthand. But it's that notion of kind of exploring what's possible, and if you can dream it, you can build it, type of thing. And it's really exciting time to be part of this ecosystem.
Yeah, and then you can see that we can actually just take all the lessons that we learned and accelerate quickly, because it seems like a friend of mine, Nevin, he was always talking about what else do we know, what did we learn, and some of the problems that we face inside the blockchain space have kind of had their similar analogies in other markets. So we have to take those lessons learned so we can iterate faster and experiment. I think that's the whole, I guess, ethos behind just having a hackathon in general.
Absolutely. What's old is new, and what's new is old.
That's what I keep on telling everybody. I was like, when we're talking about blockchain engineers and whatnot, so I keep on telling the guys, it was like, hey, when we're talking about blockchain engineers, people want to come to the blockchain center and learn this type of development. Most of the time, I'm just reiterating skills of traditional development, the type of things that you speak about, like the continuous integrations, the architectures of these different applications. They are very close in that we're adding new elements to add strength and security in a way that we've never experienced before.
You said it. Completely agree.
Great. Yeah, I really wanted to thank you for coming out. And let's see what we have. Who we have at? Yeah, we have Carla. There we go. So thank you for coming by. And I really wanted to, hop on and just ask some questions. Do we have anyone from chat? I don't see one on YouTube. Oh, I think we have another. We have Laney. He wants to step in and say hello. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Hey, no problem. Let's switch the camera over and let's see. Be right there.
Hey, Mo, I just wanted to say hi again. Great
Hey, how you doing?
presentation. I loved your memes. A very important part of the education. But thank you so much for joining us, and a big thank you from everyone at the Blockchain Center.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Looking forward to the next time.
Of course. All right. So up next, we have Carla Ballard, previously the VP running mate with Brock Pierce, who we had on earlier. So we're excited to hear from her and learn more about the blockchain Salon. Up next, stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now very, very happy to introduce you to Carla Ballard, previously the running mate of our former interviewee, Brock Pierce. And Carla, it's so good to see you again. Everyone here at the Blockchain Center is such a huge fan.
Oh, thank you.
Most pure and beautiful souls that I've ever met. So we're so pleased to have you. And before we get started, I'd love for you to just give a quick introduction of who you are and your involvement with blockchain. And I know you have a little presentation for us, so we can get to that as well.
Okay, well, fantastic. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It is an honor to be reunited with people I love and have had so many journeys with, especially in the last 6 months. So I am Carla Ballard. I'm co-founder and CEO of a company called Ying, which I'll get to in a second, but born and raised out of Philadelphia, and have an interesting lineage. My fifth generation great-grandfather happened to be in banking himself, who was vice president of the United States, Aaron Burr. So it must be running through my DNA that this thing called currency and the innovation around our economic system is absolutely there. But I ended up going on to the University of Virginia and did a lot of work in the banking industry, worked for a company called MBNA America, journeyed there to diving into making change happen in our communities. I started in Wilmington, Delaware, started something called the Metropolitan Wilmington Urban League, which is one of the largest civil rights organizations in the country. And then I led a movement for young professionals to get excited about what we could do to make a difference in our community. Worked with the United States Chamber of Commerce in Washington, D.C., and then eventually went on to be an appointee to the FCC. Did a lot of work with our telcos and cablecos, and then journeyed to the West, actually where I met Brock in Los Angeles, California. We're both part of a group called Summit Series. And then I worked as senior vice president of Ogilvy and Mather, helped to implement the Affordable Care Act for the entire state of California. Then journeyed and started my entrepreneurial movement, and it has been so exciting. So I am thrilled to have been just literally months ago asked to run as the Vice President of the United States and take a lot of my learnings onto the independent ticket journey. And Brock and I absolutely, in our own right, won. And we won a campaign that was really focused on unity. And yes, we are so excited to welcome our new president and vice president of the United States into office. And we know that there's so much work to do. And so I am excited to be here because I think blockchain and crypto, boy, we are in for a journey of unity through that type of technology.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much. Obviously, you are just such an incredible person, and all of that certainly proves that. So without further ado, I will let you go on to your presentation, and thank you so much again for being here with us.
Oh, thank you. All right, great. Well, hello, everyone. Hello. I hope everyone is making it through and journeying through this time that we have. We know it's definitely not anything that we signed up for, but I think in many ways, guys, we are really embarking upon something pretty incredible. So I want to share with you just some words, and I think it's important at such a time as this that we take the time to reflect. So Brock and I chose to do something revolutionary and one of the most historical elections our world has ever witnessed, and some of the most toxic energy was felt since the Civil War. And we said yes to run with other candidates, not against them, but with them, to share a message of unity and innovation. Like I said before, I really believe we won by meeting the objectives laid out with our campaign team and some of the things that we really set out to accomplish. And I have to give a major shout out right now to our campaign manager, Brittany Kaiser. I know who's a fan of the Blockchain Center, and our other incredible team members, Yiddy, of course, Nick Spanos, and our MVP, I would say Trent Poole. And I'm so proud of the impact that we actually had. And now I'm excited to announce the next phase of this work. So as co-founder and CEO, we're setting out to democratize abundance. And you asked me earlier, why do I think blockchain and crypto is so important? I think it unifies us. The decentralization of a platform especially around a form of value like crypto, is so key for us to finally start to realize that we all have the capacity to take part of an economic system that's going to benefit not just a few, but all of us. And so in our platform with Ying, we're a peer-to-peer skill sharing entity, and Brock and I have some really fun things to announce soon, but we're taking that model and really bringing it into the financial sector. For over 20 years, I've worked with communities around the country, from, if you're familiar with Compton and Grapevine gangs, all the way to South Side of Chicago, to Detroit, to Philly, to Florida and Miami, Liberty City. And there's one thing that I noticed across the board is there was a lack of liquidity. That lack of liquidity often caused individuals to really not be able to get things done or to even be seen and valued. So I was always excited, as somebody that had started in banking, I was excited to take this idea of currency and begin to create something that allowed for there to be another type of, beyond fiat currency, another type of value that would acknowledge a lot of the people that I worked with, that I was so passionate about, because I got to know them on a personal level and I knew their skills were far beyond what people would realize. And I was thrilled to hear when Bitcoin and blockchain started making those headlines, and thanks to folks like Nick and Brock that helped to create a campaign around the energy of economic innovation, I was excited because I knew at that moment we potentially could have a breakthrough with some of the challenges that not only in ethnically diverse communities, but I'm talking economically struggling communities, that in many cases, for the first time, we could have another form of value that was decentralized, that could allow for others to participate that had not had a chance to break through. So in working in these communities, one of the things I had a chance to tackle specifically, just to try this out, was around broadband. Because blockchain and Bitcoin weren't around at the time where we were really starting to push on bridging the digital divide. So in many ways, that had to come first so that we could have access to the internet, access to participate in this type of movement. What I ended up doing was creating something called the Broadband Opportunity Coalition, with large national organizations that represented indigenous communities, Latino communities, and African American communities. And what was amazing is we sat with large corporations, both on the telco and the cable side, and we talked about strategies that we could deploy to really ensure our policies left room for innovation, that our corporate partners were helping to get organizations and community members that typically aren't at the table educated on what they could do to start adopting broadband. And when this movement happened, guys, it was amazing to see the number of communities that just started getting lit up. I mean, connected. Google was there. All these major Comcast, NBC, Charter, all of these organizations, AT&T, T-Mobile, said, we want to help out. What can we do to start ensuring communities were connected? Well, when I think about that now, this is the perfect time for us to launch the Digital Currency Opportunity Coalition. And so we launched it briefly on Clubhouse last week. I'm excited to announce our partnership with the Blockchain Center so that we can begin to tackle this issue in a similar manner. So we're going to absolutely ask for your help. And what I mean by that is, if this is of interest to you, if this area is of interest to you, please do not hesitate to reach out to me, Carla at yingme.co, Carla at yingme.co, and help us really build this coalition. Our mission is to ensure that we're able to support much of the work that you all are doing and much of the goals that you'd like to achieve on a large national scale, where you have allies coming in from some of the most vulnerable communities standing up and saying, yes, it's time for economic revolution. And we want to sit at the table. We want to sit at the table to ensure that we have the ability to start companies, the ability to really stand hand in hand with you as we're achieving goals together in this front. Now, with that said, one of the key things that we're doing starting next week is we're working with Anna. Thank you so much, Anna, for your time and your gifts to really stand up a salon for the next 6 weeks. We'll learn about the history of money. We'll learn about the history of crypto and blockchain. We'll go into understanding some of the regulations. We'll talk about, some of the things that people get really confused on. How do you even form a token? What are the latest exchanges that we need to be looking at as we're encouraging more and more people to adopt this movement? And then eventually we would love to know, what are those policies? What are those policies that are standing in the way that we can help and serve and be partners in? There's organizations, I'd say look it up. Of course, you've heard of the NAACP, the Urban League, Unidos, National Council of La Raza. There's all these amazing organizations that they're excited now to join this opportunity coalition so that we can really figure out a way forward together. Now, I have to say this, we are the revolutionaries, and it won't always feel good, but we are the generation to build the bridges, to walk the edges that push on those uncomfortable boundaries. And you are the one to take your idea and build off of this incredible movement, because together we can build an economic system that benefits our entire global humanity. Now, I have to read you this before I wrap, and then I'm more than happy to answer questions. So I'm a little bit of an oracle gal, and I'm going to announce that. And so for those of you that are not as woo-woo as I am, so just entertain me for a second. So I like to pull these cards, and this one card came up today, and it is, okay, I'm just going to show you. I wasn't going to show you, but I'm going to show you. So I'm really into crystals, and so I got malachite. Well, malachite means transformation. So I thought it was very apropos. A single seed falls in the open soil and initiates the growth of a great and magic show. It is the humble beginning of a powerful process of ongoing change. Emptiness becomes fulfillment. Light and loss become lush, reaching living gems that sprout seeds of their own. Many bands of green bejewel the forest and transform the very air to grow. One of the key things that I take from just this entire movement is that we have come for such a time as this. Those that participated in the hackathon today, those that are at the Blockchain Center, I want to send you the biggest acknowledgement of gratitude. You are pushing the edges. You are pushing the edges so that all of us have a chance to realize why we're all here, to absolutely live an abundant life, a life of liberty, truth, and happiness. Thank you so much. And I hope that this entire experience will just be one of many. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Carla. Very wise words from a very wise woman. I really hope to see you and Brock again in 2024. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, guys. So that was our first day of our Miami Blockchain Week Hackathon, presented by the Blockchain Center and Zap.org. with our wonderful sponsor, Polis, polispay.org. Polis Blockchain is providing cryptocurrencies for your daily life. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of our panelists, all of our workshop devs, and everyone who was able to present today for day one of the hackathon. Make sure that you stay tuned. Tomorrow we'll be back with day two at 12:30 p.m. right here. So be sure to subscribe, hit like if you like what you see. If you're learning anything new, leave a comment, and follow us on Twitter. Join our Discord and our Telegram chat group. Blockchain Center, blockchaincenter.com, and Blockchain Center Raleigh. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.